You guys will have a wonderful evening, and I will or morning, and I will see you all this evening. And I will or morning, and I will see you all this evening. And I will or morning, and I will see you all this evening. And evening, and evening, and evening. We'll see you all this evening.
You should be able to now. Fuck. Hello, can you guys hear me now? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, you can hear me. Great. Let's see. Okay, you can hear me. Great. Let's see. All right. Now I'm live. Okay, if I was going to do this in Discord, if you guys want to talk to me, just hop in Taco's Discord. Let's see. I'll hop in general chat. Boom. There I am. Echo? Is there an echo now? Yeah, because I closed it. If I get bored, like if we stop having, like if I don't end up having a discussion, I might just like start making a beat. Because right now, actually, I'll show you guys. There's something I've been working on. Let me start up a new scene. Okay, hold on. Check this out. I could put this here, but I can like do this. Look at that. I'm a genius. Look at me. Look. Yeah, this is probably illegal. Yeah. It's illegal. Let's see. What's up, DeFreak? Been a long time. Let's see. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. There's me. All right. Wait, this is this. There's me. Yes. Okay. So if I pull this up. All right, you guys can't hear this. Yeah, I've been working on this for a little bit. Yeah. Hey, that's... Oh, wait. There we go. Hey, that's dope. Let me see what it sounds like on YouTube. Okay, let me see what it sounds like on YouTube. Okay. Hey, that's dope. Let me see what it sounds like on YouTube. Well, it's hard to hear actually. Like, let me turn this up a little bit. Oh shit. Yeah, I was fucking around with this. I mean, it's a little bit of a loop, so I mean, it's basic. Let me make sure. Okay. But yeah, it's been a while since I've gotten in and made any music, so I figured I was gonna, go back and do that. I'm in Taco's Discord if anybody wants to chat. Like, you want to hop on Taco's Discord or whatever. But if nobody wants to do that, then I'm just gonna sit here and make beats. I'm gonna drunkily make beats. We got 6 watching. I mean, is that what you guys just want me to do? You want me to? Yeah, it's like D&B. Yeah, for sure. John coming over. I don't know. I think he said something about doing that. I'm in the general chat. I don't know where John is. But if no one comes over, you're banned from there? Damn. That's really the only way I got. I mean, I guess I could put like my Discord in there. You guys want to join that? Let's see. If anybody wants to join my Discord, you can do that. But if nobody comes over and talks to me, then I'm just gonna sit here and make music, which should be something at least entertaining. Turn these down real quick. So you guys got to tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. Anyway, I'm here. How do I join? I have my coffee. Oh, the Discord. I sent you the Discord link. At least it's in the chat. Let's see. Well, we got Darth Uranus here. I'll join the general. There we go. Ooh, we got Darth Uranus. What's up, bro?
Still trying to figure this out. I am like a Discord boomer.
There we go. What's up? What do you wanna talk about?
I'm trying to make this out.
Is that John? Is that you, John? Your name is Axel.
I think I got it. Axel. Is that Dad Knows Best?
Yeah, I believe that's John.
Axel, yeah, Axel 84. Yeah, that's me. Well, yeah, it's an old uni name, so because my surname's Foley. It is, yeah.
Foley.
It is, yeah. So am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You know, I was talking to a couple Christians earlier in the day, and one of them made like a weird comment. They don't actually believe they believe like
an epic echo lag, horrible lag.
Is it lag? You might be watching the stream at the same time.
Yeah, I think that. You got things figured out.
Just mute the stream.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, the problem is I can't hear anybody on Discord. Why can't I hear anybody on Discord?
No.
We can say things about him.
Yeah,
You won't remember.
We can talk shit about him.
Hey, John.
John,
Just sack
that fucking British guy.
Go back to Canada.
Yeah, British Columbia, Canada, Columba. So Darth, you were saying that
there we go.
All right, so you can hear us now.
Yeah, sorry, it was my output on my end. I do apologise. It's me being a fucking idiot.
You're good. I just wondered, Darth, you were saying something about atheist position on morality.
Well, what I meant by that comment, it's that it's because like the comment, it's supposed to show that any moral objections that the atheist has against anybody, not just the Christians, it's just like a deflated argument because it has no bites. So somebody sort of like an atheist, coming up to like a Christian and saying your God supports slavery, as if they've done something objectively wrong. Well, that's not really that doesn't really follow, because it would be like no different than an atheist saying, "Oh, your God plays tennis," because they don't believe that the action carries some objective evil within it.
The problem here is that you're importing the word objective as if that carries any value in this subjective system. It doesn't.
Well, I think Darth Uranus is a subjectivist, if I'm not correct, or if I'm not mistaken.
I'm actually more of a moral anti-realist.
Yeah,
so
that would be a subjectivist.
Well,
generally, it's not like a end all. Like if you're a subjectivist, it's not like you're necessarily. Also, I sent you guys the wrong link to the wrong Discord. This is like an old Discord, but it's fine. No worries.
It works then, yeah. If it's working right now, it's not. This conception of sort of like quote unquote grounding beliefs or some kind of objectivism, even when you're arguing with like the religious cohort, even their position is preference all the way down. Because even if you make the claim that there's a moral lawgiver, unless you can demonstrate that moral lawgiver actually exists, then whilst you're still operating in the realm of faith or belief, then
here's the thing. I was talking to some Christians earlier, and I could give you the link to that discussion if you want it. But what these Christians were saying, that even though the laws are like made up by God, they're still objective, because in the same way like a secularist would say, even despite or government laws are like man-made, they would still be objective, because that's an actual man-made law.
Yeah, but like this is like the same thing as somebody saying the rules of chess or the rules of Monopoly. Like there are some subject that came up with the rules of those, but you can appeal to those rules outside of yourself. That still does not make it objective. It makes it objectively true that these are rules that were subjectively made by someone else, but that doesn't make the rules themselves objective.
Yeah, yes. So in the sense, like obviously the rules of chess are objective with respect to the goal of the game of chess. And also, like what a lot of people confuse is like the rules of like chess or checkers or games of cards or casino games of chance. Like they're absent. Like there's so little scope for quote unquote human interpretation. And what a lot of people will do is they will think something is subjective because it can be misinterpreted.
It's like this. It's like this. I'll give you a clear example, and this was a discussion I've had several times with people, and like when giving them this scenario, it's like their brains kind of break because it makes them be very clear about what they're talking about, stance independent and mind independent. But it's something like this: if someone had, like, if I tasted pizza and I had the preference that I like pizza, is it objectively true that I had that preference that I liked pizza? Yes, it would be objectively true that I had the preference that I liked pizza, but it's objectively true that I'm having a preference being met if a preference is being met. It's the same thing here, is that something is being made true by a stance or by a mind, but it is objectively true that this mind is doing that thing, but that does not turn on the moral statement. the moral statement is true with respect to something that was appealed to, irrespective of a stance.
Well, the one I like to reference is the pain symbol.
But here's the interesting bit. The Christians I was talking to, they were Orthodox, and within the Orthodox worldview, they believe that governments are a God mandate. So governments are from God; they have authority from God. So if it were the case that, let's say, the LGBT took over the government and they made the law, you have to affirm that women are in fact males by law, the Christian would have to concede that it is the objective case within the worldview that the female is in fact a male, and vice versa.
They would have to appeal to the law because it's like some sort of objective standard that God is ordaining that's saying that you have to appeal to the law or you have to uphold the law.
Yeah.
So you end up in the situation where sort of like you have to go, don't believe your lying eyes, or the Emperor's New Clothes type situation.
Yeah. So they basically undermine their whole anti-LGBT crusade they have.
Yeah. The Orthodox.
If God was to part the clouds tomorrow and say there's nothing wrong with gay people, and by the way, trans is real, like, okay, what the fuck do you do now? You know?
I mean, yeah. I mean, like a lot of objectivists that I notice, they try to do like a lot of these slippery tactics, or maybe unintentionally being a little bit evasive. But I just the position doesn't make much sense to me. There's like some sort of stance independent reason, or like stance independent motivating reason for you to believe that a particular action is moral or immoral. It's like the thing that makes the moral statement true is something irrespective of a stance. I don't understand what that like. It's like a square circle that's trying to be shoved inside of my head. It's like, what could motivate someone to do something irrespective of their stance on whether they ought to do the thing or not? It seems like it would just turn on that.
Yeah, because the action wouldn't even exist without the actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and also like the only way I can conceptualize like this notion that the creator of the universe is a moral lawgiver would be if we were all fucking NPCs and we had no choice but to follow them.
Yeah.
You couldn't deviate from.
A perfectly efficacious being and a perfectly good being and a perfectly knowing being. It's like once you start adding more omnis on there, you start giving him all the omni properties, it starts becoming more and more like problematic.
But it's also with my kids, like when they ask, Daddy, can I have cake? I'm like, well, it's tea in half an hour, kiddo. So like, what do you think you should do? You know, you ask that question, you get them to engage their brain, like, and they might want the cake right now, but they know that, you know, they need to eat their tea. They need like a healthy, well-balanced meal.
They don't understand the implications. They don't understand the implications of their actions. So, like,
that's why I asked the question. Like, I could just tell them, like, no cake, tea first. But they're of the age now where I asked them the question, like, well, what do you think you should do? Not what do you want to do. What do you think you should do?
It's like a child that's playing. You know, that is like, like they're inside of a store with their parents and they're like, you know, 5, maybe 4 or 5 years old, and they've not yet entirely internalized the dangers of what traffic would be, and they're like running out of the store just completely lost in their own world, and then they run out into like, you know, intersection traffic, you know, not like outside of the store, you know how like a lot of Walmarts.
I had that argument. I had like it was a lady who was saying, oh, there's never any good reason to raise your voice to your kid. I was like, yeah, there fucking is.
Yeah, if my child was about to run out into traffic, I'm about to scream their name, like
that's not even like a stretch. Like I can think of numerous times where my kid's been about to do something fucking dangerous, and I've had to get them
to stick a fork in a light socket. Like if he's about to stick a fork in a light socket, I'm probably going to yell his name really loudly.
And does it scare them? Yes. Do they cry? Yes. But here's the thing: you can apologize for that. You can explain to them why. Are they dead? No.
Yeah. I mean. That's like I would much rather hurt my child's feelings and then you know, not stop them from doing things that are going to take them out, you know.
Yeah, let's see if they've got a pre-existing heart condition. Stick that fork in this.
Or like stick something in the microwave.
I can kind of see why they made that Lost Boys comparison. Looking at your avatar now.
Lost Boys, who, me?
Yeah, you know Lost Boys?
I've never seen the Lost Boys.
It's a vampire guy. Sutherland.
Oh, that guy. Okay, yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess my profile picture does kind of look like that.
Well, I periodically I shave my head, and when I shave my head, I usually clip my beard, and I get the Jason Statham comparison from the Americans. But I think it's more to do with the accent.
Jason Statham.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, if I'm gonna be compared to that, that's fine.
So where my profile picture comes from is my brother. On his TikTok, he has like a social media presence, and he used AI to make him look like a vampire, and with the same exact like little, you know, popped collar and then the snowy background. And so I just took his profile picture and then like I put it into ChatGPT, and then I took a front facing picture of me, and then I told ChatGPT to just do exactly what my brother did in that photo, just swap me with him, and then that's what it spit out. So I was like, yeah, that's dope.
Do you know what I had? It was a few years ago now, and this is in real life. This happened. It was my best friend. I was not a godparent. It wasn't a christening, but it was like a naming day. So they kind of had the ritual without the religious connotations. And one of our friends moved to the US. He married a girl who works for Hulu, but like him and a bunch of her friends there. And one of these American girls, it was the summer. I was wearing like a tight white T-shirt, and I just shaved my head and trimmed my beard. And she's, my God, you look so much like Jason Statham. You sound like him too. I was like, I do not sound like a Londoner. But anyway. She kept on saying it. She got a bit drunk. I got a bit drunk, and it was just a joke that played throughout the evening. I get home with my wife, and we're sat in bed having like just a drink, and before we go, and I said to my wife, I'm like, do I look like Jason Statham? And she laughed, went no, rolled over, and then under her breath, I heard her go, I wish. I was like,
damn.
I know, she's savage when she wants to.
I mean, Jason Statham. Let's be clear here. I think he is he's a good-looking guy.
It was he's a fucking athlete. Like,
yeah, because when people talk about like bald actors, action stars, people usually go to Bruce Willis, but I think Bruce Willis is kind of lame. Like,
as he got older, he had a bunch of health issues, and now he's not as. I think the public literally turned on him.
No,
he's always been a bit of a.
I think what happened with him, like he did some like crazy movie decisions, like straight. What would have been if we didn't have Netflix and streaming services, there'd have been like straight to DVD movies type stuff. But obviously he knew the whether it's true or not, but like the
he was simply.
He was just bagging as much money as possible, like whilst he could, essentially. So he was just saying yes to fucking everything, which I understand.
I think like what from the stories that I hear, it wasn't necessarily that simple. What it was is like he was declining in health, and a lot of his management were signing him up for particular movies for him to act in. And there were testimonies from people who were his co-actors who were saying that like when they would talk to him or they were speaking to him, it was very clear he was not entirely sure exactly where he was. Like he didn't even know the movie that he was supposed to be doing. He just knew his lines and he would just repeat them. And that's why his speaking lines started to get shorter and shorter because he would be able to remember a lot less.
Yeah. One of his lesser known, but one of my favourite movies that he was ever in was a film called Last Man Standing.
Never seen it.
It's like
never heard of it.
Yeah, it's called It's like a 1920s gangster movie where the film starts with him. He's like left, like he's fled one of the big cities. He's basically like a mob enforcer.
I don't know. I'll annoy him for two movies: The Fifth Element and that 80s one.
Yeah, what was that one where he was playing the guy that had to have adrenaline, keep his heart going, and he was like having sex?
No, that was Jason Statham. That was Crank.
Was it?
Yeah,
that was Jason Statham.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell them apart. I'm not gonna lie.
That's also funny. Like that's not a great. It's entertaining, and Statham
What
nailed it. It was funny.
one is bald because they're balding. The other one is bald because he chooses to be bald.
Yeah.
It was the second film where he's got to keep the adrenaline up, and he's explaining to his girlfriend that actually I'm not like an investment banker, I'm a fucking hitman. And he starts like shagging his girlfriend over a mailbox in the middle of the street in front of a tour bus full of Japanese tourists.
Yeah, and also there was also, who was it? Chester Bennington, the lead singer of Linkin Park, in there too.
Was it?
Yeah, he was in one of the movies.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. What's up, DeFreak?
Hey, what's up? I need to tend to some stuff in the kitchen, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, keep in mind, this server is a very old server that I've just kept open for years. I will say I'm gonna put this in the chat. This is gonna be the actual server. So if you guys want to join that anytime I go live, we can more so talk in that. But yeah.
Yeah, well, the last comment in the general chat thread is like from December 2025.
Yeah, I mean this server goes back to like, what was it? 2021-ish, maybe 2020. Yeah,
COVID,
maybe 2021, 2020.
It was a COVID server.
Yeah, it was one of the. Well, the thing about it is, I was doing a Berserk abridged series, so I was doing like a comedy series of this anime called Berserk, and so if anybody knows what an abridged series is, I was basically just like writing my own script for it, and then I would go through and edit. I would get voice actors from other websites, and then they would act in my abridged series, and I would edit the series around what I wrote in the script.
I'm curious, what would have been your lines when that scene comes up? You know the scene where they're like when Griffith is doing the deal.
So
with
I actually look. I was dead. Like the first abridged series, the first abridged episode I have on my channel has 21,000 views. That was like the most views any video I've ever gotten has gotten. And then the second episode had, I think it was like 19,000 or something. So I mean, people were watching it. It's just at the time in my life I couldn't keep up with it because it was so much of a workload. But I did have so many jokes for the Eclipse. One of them was, if you know Pippin, like that big burly black guy in the series, he was. I had a scene in there where in the Eclipse, when this monster comes through and like bites on him, in the anime you don't really know if he's dead or not. And with his character, I had him written in a very funny, nonsensical way. So there was a shot in the last episode where this character's like torso is inside of the mouth of a monster, and then Guts kind of like goes by it on a horse, and he sees it as it's going on. But the way the shot looks, it looks as if he could still be alive with his head or his torso inside of the monster's mouth, and actually says something. So I had him saying something like, "Yoo-hoo, hey, are you going to rescue me?" Like some like stupid shit like that in the script. So that was something I had. I didn't have the full ending like in my head, but the first few episodes were good. I really do want to go back and do it. Like I want to go back, redo it, completely finish it. It's just a lot of work.
I'm sure you can make a lot of like femboy jokes about Griffith, especially.
Yeah. I see, like, actually, what I've seen is that there was somebody that's done an abridged series of Naruto, and they used 11 Labs like to clone the voices of the anime characters, and so he doesn't need voice actors; he just uses 11 Labs, and that's actually appealing to me because
that's clever.
Like, yeah. I know how to do all of that, and I've tested around with it, and I could do it pretty well. Because I have to do is use my voice, so I could just voice all of the lines, and then swap my voice with like one of the characters of the show, and that'd be that.
So is this like a voice, like an AI voice overlay? So
yeah, so it's like I would say, "I'm going to fuck you up," and then I could clone a character in the series, their voice, and swap that exact line with their voice. It's not going to sound 1-to-1, but it's going to sound close enough.
Yeah, it conveys the.
Yeah, you know, it's I done sort of like the AI voice changing. It's really freaking good.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell the difference.
I've done some testing around with it, and if I really wanted to, like if I got sat down and got committed with, which I really do want to do this because Berserk is like my favorite anime of all time. It's my favorite manga. It's like my favorite piece of fiction of all time, and that is a series I want to finish.
What was that film? It must be like 20, 25 years old at this point, and it was a film that was done. It was CG. It was all computer generated. And it was like basically an asteroid slammed into the planet, and like these like spirit type, like the planet had a soul, and these spirit type animals were like roaming through. We had these domed cities with these shields and stuff.
Sounds familiar. Is that space or Egg in the Shell or something?
No.
Hold on. Describe it.
Space again.
Hold on. Describe it again.
So it was it would have been like early thousands. It was an animated.
So I'm using ChatGPT right now. So was
it wasn't animated. It was like CGI. So it wasn't like
2000s CGI.
The humans like a chunk of another planet had smashed into the planet Earth.
A chunk,
and then like a comet.
Planet smashed.
Yeah, and they called the soul of the planet was called like a Gaia.
The soul of the planet was
called Gaia, and they were like these ghost-like creatures were walking like they were attacking humanity.
Gaia, is it like G?
That's a GHIA, Gaia, something like that.
HIA. All right.
There's no.
Every time, like these ghost-like creatures could like pass through solid matter, but if they passed through a human or if they touched a human, then they'd like yank the soul out of the human, and the human would drop dead.
Ghost-like creatures could pass through inanimate objects. Fine, but
if they touched a human, the human would die. They'd like take a soul in.
Human, they would.
Oh wait, a Spectre? Soul. No, it's not Spectre.
I think one of the voice actors was.
Is this series here?
It wasn't a series; it was a film.
Oh, whoops! Fuck! Hold on. What is this? I'm going to identify.
I think one of the voice actors was the guy Buscemi.
Spirits Within, 2001.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right. Actually,
it's not a TV series, but a CGI movie. The soul of the planet was called Gaia, and the ghost-like aliens were called phantoms. They came to Earth through a meteor fragment from their destroyed planet, could phase through objects and killed humans by consuming and removing their spirit.
Yeah, that's it.
Hold on, let me see. Oh wait, Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within.
Yeah, there we go. There it is. I remember watching. Yeah, that's it. Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. I remember watching it at the time, and I remember thinking, like,
AI is so fucking. Sorry, John, but AI is so fucking cool. It's like your buddy that knows everything.
Just tell me, like, is one of the voice actors Buscemi?
It is the next thing to God.
Steve Buscemi?
I think Steve Buscemi.
Steve Buscemi. Yeah. He used to be one of my favorite actors. I loved him in Monsters Inc. as a Randall.
Mm-hmm.
He was the lizard, but yeah, that's fucking dope. This looks cool. I'll have to watch this.
Oh, look, there's your dad, Donald Sutherland.
Donald, where? This one?
There you go. No,
the guy from 24.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
It was a TV show.
My dad.
Did you just say you've never heard of the TV series 24?
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Fucking hell, you're young.
Yeah.
Look, I will say here recently, I recently just finished Neon Genesis Evangelion. If you have not watched that,
shit dope.
Yeah, if you haven't watched it, go fucking watch it, dude. It is. I'm gonna have my girlfriend watch it with me, because she watched Berserk with me and she liked it.
You know, as a theist, that is like one of the most like theist anime out there,
dude. Because I'm telling you, I don't know why I am so attracted to anime or media that incorporate Christian themes, but like for some reason that movie spoke to me in such a weird way. It was so like it just pulled in my soul, and the ending for sure. I noticed all of the Christian themes plus the names of the angels, plus they were called angels. Dude, that show is 10 out of 10. So good.
Yeah, but like because it talks about like Christianity, but like it presents it as like the bad ending because it's about leaving your individuality.
Yeah.
But Shinji rejects that and accepts his individuality. So he's like, forget about this paradise which the elites want, in which there is no pain, and we all share this one consciousness.
Yeah,
because
dude,
that's
I'm not gonna lie that the ending. What's up, Robin? The ending for sure confused the hell out of me. Like I was so confused whenever the
Do you think
ending.
if we could find some Christian-based hentai tentacle porn, I'd feel less guilty when I watch it.
I feel like there's plenty of it. But yeah, no, Neon Genesis Evangelion, like the I forgot what I was saying. But anyway, all I'm saying is like when I watched it, it definitely it was crazy, dude. Like the amount of like at first I tried to watch it, couldn't continue it because I felt like it was a little bit boring. Then I came back to it, and I told myself, I was like, all right, it's only 26 episodes, I'm gonna finish it. But the ending confused the fuck out of me. I had to go watch other videos, and then I finally watched the end of Evangelion, and then I understood that the ending of the TV show was the same ending as the one that was in the movie. It was just you were showed two different perspectives. One that was internal to Shinji and one that was external to Shinji. And once I realized that, I was like, oh, this makes way more sense. The end of Evangelion showed what was happening to the world from the world's perspective, whereas the end of the world was still happening just inside of Shinji's mind. And then they had the weird congratulations like that. I was like, what the fuck?
Have you seen the Alex Jones clip explaining Neon Genesis?
I have.
Most of the anime stuff sort of skip me by. I don't know if it's like an English or British thing. Like,
oh, you're missing out, man.
You're missing out, dude. There's so much media out there that is so good.
I mean, we had like a bit of Dragon Ball Z, and obviously everybody had Pokemon because that was like a global like thing. But like,
whenever I was with my foster parents, they said that the Pokemon was of the devil.
Yeah, well, there's anime which is like entertainment for kids, but then there's anime which is elevated to the level of art, and that's where Neon Genesis.
Well, I believe Neon Genesis, isn't it shonen? It might be seinen.
It was probably. I don't think it had like a slot on the Shonen Jump.
Okay, yeah, it's fundamentally a seinen. Okay, so it's in the same ranking as something like Berserk, because Berserk is a seinen as well. So
have you ever watched Paranoia Agent? I think that's what we call it. Yeah, you gotta watch Paranoia Agent. It's gonna give you not quite the same, but it's almost on the same level as.
Yeah, I also watch Monster, which if you've ever like, I don't know if you've ever seen Monster.
Oh yeah, seen it. 50 episodes, right?
No, it's 74.
74. Jeez, yeah. It's been a while since I've seen it.
Yeah, but Monster is so good. I've seen that one. That one also is it's like psychological.
Is there like an authenticity thing in the community? Like, is like the older stuff considered like?
Yes,
like you get like anime purists who like
definitely have purists that view older anime as better. Which I wouldn't say I'm all the way in that camp, but I would say I'm halfway in, halfway out.
I am in that camp. It is objectively better. I see because I have an extensive collection of like anime laserdiscs.
It's objectively better.
Okay, wait, Darth, what do you think? What do you think of My Hero then?
I have not seen it because like anything comes out of anything after 2016 or 2015, I won't watch it.
Attack on Titan.
I seen it. It was good action anime.
Yeah.
What did you guys think of the Ghost in the Shell movie with?
I haven't seen it. I need to watch it. But I haven't seen it.
Watch the show. The show's a lot better because it plays out like 24 in a way. Because it's more about the mundaneness about being in like an anti-terrorist group.
Yeah.
Rather than like
What do you think about Hajime no Ippo?
I didn't actually see that. I seen like little like few episodes here and there, but I wouldn't say I've seen
It's
it.
so good, so good. The dub is a little. You definitely don't want to watch it dubbed because it's very wonky. But the entire series, it's like 3 seasons. It was the thing that actually got me into boxing. I love Hajime no Ippo. Let's see. I mean, Berserk, obviously, that's one of the goats.
Yeah.
I think any anime connoisseur is gonna love Berserk. There are some people who talk shit about the 1997 anime, but I mean, even with all of its faults, it's still a masterpiece.
The 1997 is probably like the best one.
Yeah, well,
like,
I mean, it's most people who are raised up not on like older anime like us, but more so they started watching shit like Black Clover and like the newer like Fire Force and whatchamacallit, what's that one with all of the samurais that could do water breathing and shit?
Did you know what? The little bit that I've watched, the bit that always like breaks it for me, like obviously it's animated, but the bit that always breaks it for me is these ridiculous superhuman like feats that these guys get capable. Like,
yeah, go watch Food Wars.
Yeah,
Food Wars is a crazy one.
Yeah, because a lot anime is all over the place. You do get like a bunch of this. That's shonen. I think you're talking about shonen like Naruto and DBZ.
Yeah, like a bunch of ass pulls. I think Seinen is definitely it. Like the way they characterize the anime is like who the demographic is for. So shonen would be for, it's generally going to be for like teenage kids to adults. Whereas Seinen is going to be like catered more towards like an adult audience.
You remember the kids TV series called Thundercats? Would that have been considered anime? Was that anime?
No, that's like Western. It's same thing as like Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's one that some people do want to characterize as an anime because it's very anime-esque. But at the end of the day, anime is what?
Well, I remember watching the Thundercats. Like originally, when it came to the UK, it was dubbed because it was a Japanese kids TV program, and then eventually it became so popular in the West, they started making it specifically so it wasn't like quote unquote dubbed. They did independent episodes, but I remember there was it was in the news at the time because they were instructed, or the broadcasters weren't allowed to broadcast certain light frequencies because it induced epileptic seizures in kids.
That's weird.
One episode of Thundercats where they missed it. They accidentally introduced this frequency, this light frequency, this flashing sequence. It caused an epidemic of seizures across the world.
So when I looked this up, Thundercats is generally considered a hybrid American cartoon rather than a traditional anime. While the writing, voice acting, and production were handled in the United States, the actual animation for both 1985 original and the 2000 reboot was outsourced to Japanese studios.
Right.
I think Silverhawks. I'm not sure you ever heard of that cartoon.
Silverhawks.
It's like almost. It's got it's anime-esque, and it's like from the 80s. I think it was animated in Japan, or at least by Japanese, because the animation is pretty good for
this looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like you can definitely see the anime influence.
Yeah, for sure. This looks cool.
I think Dad Knows Best would like the anime Monster because it's very down to earth.
Yeah, it's like a slice of life, but slice of life, is that considered something that's supposed to be positive? Because what I consider that to be is it's kind of like you could imagine the scenario that happened in Monster to actually happen in real life. Like you could concoct a scenario where this would actually happen.
Well, it's part of a drama, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a drama, psychological, detective style anime.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it's real, dude. It's one of those series that the author intentionally leaves a lot of stuff to be questioned, so it makes you ponder. It's not something that completely gives you all of the answers. The ending is some people consider the ending as unsatisfying, but I liked it.
Well, I always like slightly grittier side of stuff. Like, you remember the TV series like Heroes?
Heroes. I've never heard of that.
Oh my god, you are a fucking child. Heroes is the Heroes is it was a great TV series in the
2006.
Humans started spontaneously, was like a next stage of human evolution. They started developing these abilities, and there was like this company / agency basically started hunting them down to try and like contain them. But the thing about it is, like, the concept of like an Ubermensch, superhuman, always seemed like to coincide with like this high like virtue, like a moral superiority, like the concept of Superman, you know. But these were just real people that all of a sudden started developing these fucking insane abilities, and obviously some of them were good, some of them were bad, some of them were indifferent. Cool. It was just a really good series.
Yeah, I love series with like concepts that are pretty unique. That sounds like a unique sort of concept where you just have random people just garnering these powers. I like series that are like tied to the weird, like supernatural, crazy, like mysterious, ominous beings that are happening in the background. That sort of stuff I like. Like, that's why I like Monster, Berserk. What else? I mean, I don't know if you ever seen a Vampire Hunter D, Darth Uranus. You ever seen that one?
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
You like Bloodlust?
Yes. You ever seen Hellsing Ultimate?
Yeah, well,
pretty sure you've seen it.
I haven't seen it all, but I've seen bits and pieces.
Well, you gotta finish. It's really good.
Yeah. Vampire Hunter D. I mean, I watched the OG, like the one that came out in like the 80s, and it was all right. It wasn't too bad. But then when I watched Bloodlust, I was like, oh, this is a good movie. This is a really
the Bloodlust, definitely the animation is way better.
Top tier. I've never seen an anime look that fucking good, dude. Like the scene where the vampire, I forgot his name, the vampire that D was like going after to try and save him from the princess because he didn't know that they were actually in love. But when he stepped out of the hearse to try and protect her, and he was out in the sun, and the fucking flames and sparks were shooting off of him, I was like, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna pull this up on stream. Hold on.
Of course, you're gonna pull something up on stream just so I close the fucking window. Thank you, Jason.
Bloodlust.
Can move that mouse from the right hand side of my screen to the left and put the fucking window.
Let's see.
That's no problems, eh?
Who was it?
Now I'm gonna have to wait for it because of the lag on there.
Yeah, Meyer Link. That was the guy in the Bloodlust. Let's see.
Well, I am going to have to drop. I've got to go and collect some furniture. I've only got a time slot in which I can collect it, and my wife's fairly insistent that she wants this piece of IKEA crap, so I'm going to go and get it.
All right. It's nice seeing you. Nice seeing you, John.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the chat, guys. It was.
Yes,
see you, mate.
I'm gonna try to stream more often, so hopefully you'll be able to stop by.
Please do. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Joseph. You and I, we have some great chats.
Yes, for sure.
Always enjoy spending time with you in this digital space.
Yeah, it's awesome. But,
and to the theists that I can't duel with on a regular basis, enjoy spending time with them as well. It's
Darth Uranus seems like one of the good ones. So.
Yeah, definitely. Like, prepared to engage as opposed to playing like word games, which is nice. So
yeah. I do have that Bloodlust pulled up on stream. God, it looks so fucking good, dude. It looks so good. This was when anime was at its peak.
But I always like these like high collars, like my winter coat has got a nice high collar on it that I almost always have turned up. I love that aesthetic.
Yeah.
The contrast is really good.
Yeah, dude.
It remind you ever seen the movie anime called Memories? And it's like from the guys who did Akira.
Oh shit! It has did Akira.
Yeah, so it has really good animation. I think this was like back in like early '90s. So it's got that sort of like Cowboy Bebop high
Yeah. So what's it called?
memories.
Hey yo. Hey yo.
Hey, was that who was that? Was that you?
It's the freak.
It's the freak.
That's the freak.
This one. Oh shit!
Yo.
It looks so cool.
Love the tag there, Captain Coyote. Oh, I never like you asked me. I never explained my my Discord tag, did I? Axel84 is my gamer tag on all of my game on all of the platforms that I game on, and the reason that I have it, so because my surname's Foley. You guys familiar with the film Beverly Hills Cop?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Well, obviously he's like played by
Axel F.
Yeah, because obviously his name was Axel Foley and my surname's Foley, but I'm like a whiter than white Irishman. So, of course, they called me Axel immediately because Eddie Murphy played Beverly Hills Cop, who's like the blackest black man. So I got called Axel immediately as like an ironic name because I'm definitely not black. It just stuck. So my...
They could be Axel Rose.
It could be, but it's not. Yeah.
Could be Axel Rose.
Maybe I should rebrand.
Yeah. It could be covered in peanut butter. I'm covered in peanut butter.
I sent you a friend request there.
Get the dog.
God, that guy that went on Taco Stream and was covered in peanut butter. That was insane.
Isn't that the guy that was like, he was licking fly paper?
The fly paper.
Like with bugs on it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, on that note, I'm gonna have to go. Otherwise, I'm not going to get this this furniture. And if I don't get it, and she doesn't have this furniture to assemble this afternoon,
let us know how a full body of peanut butter feels.
I don't think I'm going to have that experience anytime soon. Just the cleanup sounds like it might be too much hassle.
Yeah, entirely not fun at all.
Feels like you need a shower. That's what it feels like.
Even if you had a shower, the oils that was on the peanut butter would just like it would be like I'm not gonna say it's hydrophobic, but I mean it's gonna like be very difficult for you to remove that.
Honestly, that guy, I said it at the time, that guy looked like he crawled out of a fucking septic tank. Yeah. And the thing that worries me the most is that he's going to have to have thrown away his like chair, right? I mean, he was sat down. What the fuck is that chair?
In the video, wait, was he sat down in the video?
I think so. Like, I didn't watch it back, but as far as I could, like, I assume he was sat down.
No, he was stood up. When he was on stream, he was stood up, yeah.
So he wasn't that delusional then. He had the presence of mind not to sit in his favorite chair.
Someone donated or someone commented in Taco's Reddit and they said, hey, now it's time to sit down in your favorite chair. I think it was UG.
That was it?
Yeah.
Just UG to you got to my own thought before I did.
Yeah.
Right, on that note, I'm going to have to go. I'll catch you guys later. It's been fun.
All right,
see you there.
I heard Minar showed up over at Tacos the other day.
Yeah, I seen.
Did you happen to catch that?
Yeah, I seen Minar on there. He was doing his normal, like, obnoxious stick.
So he hasn't calmed down at all, huh?
No. He's still playing the same character.
Well, what is Minar?
Yeah, he's got potential.
He's a Muslim, but he's like a Muslim debater, and he plays like a character when he comes on Taco's stream as like he just insults everybody and it's basically like an asshole the whole time, but he does it for his audience because he streams to like 5 people.
Well,
if that,
it's
gotta start somewhere, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's I can imagine if he like got more followers that this would appeal to somebody. Somebody would like this because he does it good. He's not bad at it. He's just an asshole to everybody on stream. But he's got to be.
He's just Muslim.
Do what?
Does he like
crash test Muslim?
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Does he want to like? Is he like planning to become like the next big Muslim debater?
I think that's what he's
he?
trying to be. He wants to be a Hikikichu.
Mm.
But I don't think Minar.
What the heck is that?
What,
He's like a fat Pokemon.
Yeah, it's Daniel
Hikikichu. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Daniel Hikikichu. He's a Muslim debater. He debated like Delahunty and stuff.
Okay, yeah, now I remember. Yeah.
He also
Remember
actually
debated
debated
Harvard guy.
You know, I actually debated Hikichu. I haven't uploaded it, but I do have it.
Oh shit, you did?
Yeah.
Wait,
And like
what happened?
well, he was taking the position, and I got him to admit that he believes in evolution because I don't believe the Abrahamic religions to be creationists, so I usually just call them out on that. But like he was like, you know, Daniel Hikachu has a bit of an ego, and so he likes to flaunt. Yeah, he likes to flaunt his PhD, and so I basically ask him one question, and he folds because you know I ask him like he makes the statement that all dogs evolve from like whatever dog they believe came out of the ark. And so I just simply ask him, if you believe that, okay, just give me one transitional, because you made the claim. And he just like basically just refuses and then kicks me out. But that's the clip I want from him, because I want to expose that these people are not actually creationists.
Well, I don't know. Any debate, like I've seen him debate with Andrew Wilson, and it was bad. I mean, Andrew Wilson a lot of times is going to do a lot of research on his opponent and understand like the attacks he needs to, like rhetorically, he needs to point out to make him look bad, and he definitely did. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Hikikichu was biting some bullets that seemed to really, like he was saying, yeah, of course it would make sense that like other countries, like low IQ countries, believe in God
the
more.
cousin.
It's because they're further from their reason, and they're leaning on God for their reasoning, essentially.
Yeah, like Andrew. I think I've seen that debate on MDD. Like he does get Daniel. Yeah, he does get Daniel with like the PDF stuff and the cousin, bucking
the cousin stuff. Yeah.
But the thing is, like, under the Andrew's worldview, the same things apply. And Daniel Hikachu can't like snap it and put it together. That if we all come from Adam and Eve, it's incest all the way down. How is he?
I mean, Hikachu, I don't think expected to go up against someone who's as rhetorically sound as Andrew Wilson. I've seen him do poorly. Like, don't get me wrong. Like way back in the day, whenever he was debating against Danny Philtalk, Danny, he was like having a field day with Andrew, and Andrew just could not understand exactly what an argument was, which was really funny. But he seemed to have learned since then, so that's good.
Yeah, I think like Andrew's most effective against like atheist liberals. Like you have to be a liberal and an atheist. Yeah. He's really good at that.
And not only that, I don't think him nor Jim Bob talk much. I mean, I guess they do still talk about religion, but they don't debate it. They've moved on to like political stuff. Like Andrew Wilson is big on politics. He doesn't talk more about religion because, I mean, with religion, it doesn't really go anywhere, especially if someone is like, super religious.
Well, that and they can't defend it. This is why, like Andrew Wilson will always pull that move. Well, I'm just going to grant it. And again, what that simply means is we're not going to talk about my worldview. We're just going to focus on yours.
Well, I do that. I mean, I do the granting stuff as well. Like there are a lot of things, and my intention for that, for granting stuff, is that I realize that 95% of the things that are trying to be brought up are entirely tangential. Meaning that they don't actually tie to the core point that's trying to the existence of God. You have so many Christians that try to go into these theological debates, and they're trying to use the Bible verses to refute God, and they're trying to get people on theology. And my tactic is like, let's say I grant every single one of your points. Like I grant that Jesus existed, that he was crucified and he died and rose from the dead. Like, let's say I grant that to you. How are you getting from there to God? Just grant it. Fuck it. Let's stop doing these tangential debates and let me see your inference and the way that you're getting from those facts, if I'm granting them, to then, okay, now God exists.
They can never do. They can never show the work. They can never actually do like each the equation step by step.
Yeah.
Because
no one ever does that. Like no one ever grants them that. And anytime that I've ever done that, which I'm not going to take full accountability, like a full credit for that. Like I've seen other debaters use the same tactic, like Monkey Boy, Jack Angstrike, several other people do this particular thing. And so once I noticed how good of a tactic it was to do, it stopped becoming about let's talk about the Bible verses, but let's now talk about one of the best proofs that you got, like evidential proofs that you got for the existence of God, and let me grant it. And once I do that, it just kind of shows the flaw in their argument. But I am curious. I will say this, Darth. Do you defend the existence of God, or do you have a defense for it, or is it more just I believe on faith?
I do. No, I do have a defense because I can actually defend against evolution, because the Christians, they cannot defend against evolution because they must, by their own mythology, support it because it's in their mythology.
Yeah.
So they can actually present an objection towards it. I can from a true creationist standpoint.
Well, if it's evolution that you're arguing against, I'm more so saying, do you have a defense for the or at least a positive argument for the existence of God? Not necessarily about evolution, because even if you disprove evolution, that doesn't prove the existence.
It could be aliens.
Yeah,
it wouldn't necessarily follow. I mean, yes, I also, because I think it starts off how we define God, because the Christians will define. Sorry, I got street racing over here.
I thought it was a tornado siren.
No, there's always freaking street racing in this time. I don't know why. And because I think it starts off with how we define God, because the Christians define God as some sort of a Superman Jew, and this presents the God is some sort of dying old man up in the sky, and they actually believe this is the case. They think heaven is somewhere. It has some sort of locality within the universe, maybe in another dimension, but it's still there somewhere. And when I say God, what I'm saying is it is the mind which generates the reality. So, and we kind of I asked the person how is a virtual reality created? Well, we know a virtual reality is created from the computation of a computer, the quote unquote thinking of a computer. And so, if we know how a virtual or a false reality is created, why would we think that our reality is constructed any other way? Well, why would we think there's gears and springs? You ever seen that episode of Rick and Morty when they go into who's the name of the husband?
I'm not sure. I mean, I've seen a little bit of Rick and Morty, but I haven't seen a whole lot of it.
There's the dad of Morty, and his dad is and they go into his mind and everything, and according to his mind, the whole universe is made out of cogs and springs, and this is the hilarity of it. That this is the foundations, but how we know a real reality is created, how we get the vector, how we get the three-dimensional space. Well, we understand that computing, there must be some sort of logic behind it. That's what generates it. So I'm basically talking about simulation theory. But instead of the simulation being rendered by a computer, it's rendered by a mind, because it doesn't have any components. So I usually start off with that, that is God.
Wait, so God is the thing that is basically the turner of the springs and the gears?
No, it's saying that God, that reality isn't based on cogs and springs. that what is fundamental to reality is the quote unquote computing. That is what generates the virtual reality of a computer. So what is generating the quote unquote, what is the fundamentals of our reality would be the thinking done by God, of course. It would be done by computer.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily think that gets you to God. I mean, if you're
I usually thought that, like,
is this like an abductive argument or is this like a deductive argument?
No, that's just to like set up what is God, right? To set up what is being denied.
Okay, you're saying that God is like the one that
yeah, so like
it's not built up by like cogs and springs and stuff like that. It's like there is a mind that is essentially the computer that is running the programs, and that's how everything is instantiated.
Yeah, and this is to like undercut this idea that God can come down. Because like you usually hear like this a lot from atheists, like, well, if God is real, why doesn't he come down? Well, if you understood the definition I just gave you of God, this is an illogical request. That's like saying, because it would be akin to saying, like, let's say we're both like Minecraft characters in the game Minecraft, and you're like a computer denying atheist Minecraft character, and you ask me, well, if this computer exists, why don't you ask this computer come down? Well, it would be like an absurd request.
Yeah, 1 second. All right. So if that's your conception of God, then what is your argument for the existence of this God? Like how are you showing that this God is a true thing?
Reality. There is a reality. Reality exists, right? Now the question now becomes, why is there a reality? And well, we know how reality is created from the things we do from computers. We understand.
Wait. So reality exists, and we know this reality exists, or how this reality.
And we know how realities are made, and that's a key point right there, because we do know how realities are made.
Well, they're made. We know how virtual realities are made.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, there's no reason to think otherwise, because we can't make a reality out of just cogs and springs like in Rick and Morty.
Hold on. So
or hot dogs.
We know how realities are made. Actually translates to we know how virtual realities are made.
Well, no, we know how virtual realities are made. Therefore, we know how reality is made.
No, you can't make that jump. That's like, I don't know how you're getting there. Like just because there is something that we can, check this out. We know how to imitate the taste of an apple, right? Inside of like we know how like we can sit down and actually create like the taste of an apple. But we don't know, like, if ontologically, we don't know all the way down how an apple is made. We know that things are being, we know things are there are laws that we are describing with our words, but we don't know fundamentally how that thing is instantiated, like, depending on how far the explanation is going.
Like, no, we would say we know how an apple is made through. We don't actually know. Like, there's DNA, but we can't actually recreate life.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is, like, going, like, depending on how far the explanation goes back, the explanation is eventually going to get somewhere where we're like, okay, there's an answer we don't have questions for. There's questions that we don't have answers for. Sorry. But like, when you say we know how virtual realities are made, like, we know how to do these things called like making experiences that we're describing as virtual realities, but reality, like the reality around us, that's like a separate thing than the experience being had inside of a VR.
Okay.
Well, like, what the thing is, like, the experience you're talking about, what you're experiencing is three-dimensional space. So what I'm saying is, we know how to make three-dimensional space. we know you don't make three-dimensional space from like cogs and springs or hot dogs. How you get three-dimensional space is from the process of computation, from logic.
Wait, but this is, hold on, I don't even need to write that down. But this is like, you're making like this weird logical jump that you're saying we know how to make things that appear to be 3D by making 3D shapes.
No, the question is, how do we make those 3D shapes to begin with?
Is how do we make those 3D shapes to begin with? Now, when you say how there, like the how, what the thing that you're questioning is what?
Well, the thing is, how we get those 3D shapes to begin with is through the computer generating those 3D shapes, and it's generating those 3D shapes via some sort of a bunch of logic. Of course, I couldn't do this computation myself, but we understand there's logic that ultimately leads you to the 3D shape. Like what is happening within the silicon of the computer is just it's simulated thinking. It's computing. So it's just doing a bunch of logic gates.
The computer.
Yeah, you're creating a digital mathematical equation, but you're not actually creating a.
The computer generates 3D and through math. We'll say that.
Yeah.
And then that's the only way.
So we understand that math
to make 3D shapes.
Yeah.
Wait, but like, okay, so the argument is the computer generates 3D through math, and that's the only way we know how to make 3D shapes.
That's the only logical way. You couldn't do 3D shapes through, slamming gears and cogs together.
I mean, I can make a picture that appears to be 3D on a piece of paper with a pencil.
Yeah, but that's just that's just clever wording.
Well, sure. I mean, it would be a 2D shape that I'm drawing an image of what a 3D shape would look like, but like on a computer. I guess this jump is so great to me that it's kind of breaking my brain as to how you're jumping between these two, that we witness a computer generate 3D through math. That's the only way we know how 3D shapes are made. So you're drawing an inference from that to then the world, the 3D world that is around us is instantiated by a mind that would be akin to a computer.
Well, I'm trying to figure because you do when you say what do you mean when you say reality? I guess.
Hold on. I mean let me see a good definition.
Because when I say reality, I just mean that like space and time, basically.
Reality, based off of this definition, which I think is pretty apt. It says reality is the sum total of things, events, and phenomena that actually exist.
Exists within space and time, because it exists would just mean within space and time, because you couldn't have.
What does phenomenon mean?
What?
What is phenomenon?
I think something occurring. I think.
Yeah, an observable event, fact, or circumstance.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's all it's saying. Hold on. This is getting cut off, so let me yeah, so yeah, that's how I would describe what reality is. But if you're like I could say I don't know how reality is made. I could take a agnostic position on that, where I just don't have the knowledge to know how it was made. I just know it was because I exist inside of it, or it was made, or not necessarily made, but reality exists because I'm existing inside of it.
But the thing, you know how a virtual reality is made.
Yeah,
so
but I know how a virtual 4-dimensional cube would be made as well. That doesn't necessarily mean that like that cube is actually like a real thing, or like I can know that how a unicorn would be made inside of a computer. That doesn't.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you know that's a way to do it, why would you think there would be any other explanation
Okay,
or
but
otherwise?
I can't say that there's no logical incompatibility in the universe not being made by a mind. So there's no like logical inconsistency there. Just because
So,
I don't
I
know
mean,
how like I can't like it's not logically inconsistent that a mind did not create the universe or the universe was created at all or reality.
On 3D
Well,
space.
well, I think he's talking about like an infinite universe. Like
Well, I mean,
the universe
yeah,
has always been there.
Yeah, if you're saying how this is how we make reality, no, this is how we make a representation of what we think reality is, or like the experience that's around us. Like, so it's just a recreation of the experience around us. That does not necessitate that that's how the thing was made. I mean, so I think there's a jump that you're making.
Well, no, it's like it's not a jump. It's like if we know how this is made, right? Then like then the lower should be represented by the higher, so it would just be a reflection of that. It wouldn't be any different.
Well, what are you talking about? I'm saying, look, what I'm saying is there's obviously a difference between virtual reality and actual reality. Like we can recognize that there is a difference between those two things. Because we in the difference between the virtual reality and the actual reality is a human creation, is like a human instantiated thing that is happening that is trying to represent the things that are around us.
No, I'm just saying like the method. It's the method by which it is the same. So like if we know this is the method that we can get this virtual reality, why would the method to get our reality be any different?
So well, like, hold on, you're saying why would it? I mean, you would like asking why wouldn't it is saying I don't have another explanation for how this could be the case. So you're making a jump to God.
But no, it's like it's kind of like the burden the burden of proof kind of now shifts to like the atheist to reject it because
well, not necessarily, because if you're actually I'm not necessarily, it actually isn't the case that the burden of proof shifts onto the atheist if you can't think of another option. That's just a lack of your imagination. That's not like something I'm saying. Like if you were in a public debate, right, or an academic debate where they were going to hold you to the same standards of any other academic, and you had a positive argument for the existence of God, if your argument introduced a question, meaning like the way that you're demonstrating your God is true through questioning the other person, you're not going to be taken as seriously. Because arguments don't require questions. Arguments are a set of premises that lead to a conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, it would fall from the premises. Like premise one, we know how.
Actually, I want to write this down. All right. Sorry, I'm not trying to be an asshole with you. I'm just holding you to a similar standard that I would anybody else.
Yeah. You know, you're like one of the few atheists who doesn't get triggered. So that's a bonus.
This is my fun time. Like when I'm debating, like I debate with my dad. So this is like my I enjoy this. So it's no hard feelings or anything.
I'm pretty sure this is like maybe like the first time you ever heard about this conception of God, because like most theists are gonna give you like this silly man in the sky conception of God.
Yeah. So you said premise one is
premise one, we know how a virtual reality is created.
Virtual reality is created. Premise two?
Premise two, we exist within a reality.
Is there a third premise?
I mean, I could throw one in. Just throw this in there for like premise three. There's no reason to think that realities are created any other way. Conclusion: there is a God who generates all reality, because it would be a performative contradiction to not have.
I like it.
Wait, so and then conclusion, therefore, God.
There is a God. Yeah, there is a God which is generating our reality
There
because it
is
can't be.
a God who is generating our reality.
Yeah, because I mean, it would be a performative contradiction to not have for there to be a reality and not have something rendering it into existence. I mean, we could get into the whole eternal universe, but I don't believe it. I mean, we can argue
It's
that.
actually not bad.
Well,
I think premise 3 kind of screws it up, but it's not bad. And the only thing is, like, it's not a mathematical equation from God's standpoint, but when you say rendering it, it kind of is like that. So I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean,
again, I'll start by going premise by premise. We exist. We have no reason to think realities are created any. Okay, so I want to be clear. So this isn't a valid argument, simply because of the wording. So, you know, you have, we know how a virtual reality is created. We exist within a reality. We have no reason to think realities are created any other way. Therefore, there is a God who is generating reality. So you would need a premise here, or like changing like a premise around, to show that, like, to connect between how the reality was created, and then that God is generating a reality. So, like, premise 1, we know how a virtual reality is created. That doesn't tell us. Go ahead.
I mean, do you agree with it? Do you agree? Like, I'm guessing you agree with all the premises except premise 3.
I mean, if I'm going to be charitable here, not to be an asshole, I'm just going to be charitable here and like take for granted what I think you're trying to say. So we'll just do that. But yeah, we know we know how a virtual reality is created. I agree. We exist within a reality. I agree. Premise 3, we have no reason to think realities are created any other way. I disagree with this only because if you tacked on something like we have no other reason to think virtual realities are created any other way, I would entirely agree with this, but then this also wouldn't follow. But
okay, I got a good premise 3 replacement.
Sure.
Reality is created by a mind.
You want to say we have no reason to think realities are not created by a mind?
It can't be valid. Premise 1 and 3 have a qualifier on what type of realities, and then premise 2 is talking about reality like simpliciter, any type of reality. It can't be valid.
Oh, what's up, nobody?
Well, that's why I say virtual reality.
So 1 and 3 would be the same if you put that in there?
Because due to your induction of virtual realities being exclusive to virtual realities, that means you can't infer to the overarching entirety of all possible realities or something like that.
That's exactly what I was trying to tell him earlier, is that just because we know how virtual realities are created doesn't mean we know how reality is created, because virtual reality is just a human conception of what we experience in our daily life, which we're trying to recreate reality. That does not necessarily mean that because we know how that's created, then we can infer from that we also know how reality is created. And then
what about if you put all reality is created for premise 3? Is that the same thing?
Wait. If you say all reality is created, then you would have to substantiate that claim. Like that you would the burden of proof would be on you to show that.
We can make a premise 3. Virtual realities are created by logic, math logic. It's the same thing here. So virtual realities are created through logic. There's no other reason to think that our reality is created by a different method. No, we're replacing premise 3.
Yeah, no, but you're okay. So you said virtual reality is created through logic, and then also inside of premise 3, we have no other reason to think. Wait, why wouldn't we just make that premise 4? Because that's like you're trying to establish like we could.
Like
premise 3. A premise is not going to be like I mean, I guess you really wanted to. You could like have like multiple sentences, but yeah, okay.
It doesn't matter.
You put that in the chat.
Yeah. Virtual reality is created through logic and math. We'll say that too. And then premise 4 is what?
There's no reason to think any other method will generate a reality.
No reason to think any other method would be used to generate reality. Yeah, again, you're falling into the same problem. I mean, you're just saying there's like you're inferring from this fake pseudo reality that we've created. You're inferring from there that's how that reality is made, but that's a jump that you haven't like these. If this isn't valid, these don't follow.
Reality is relative. Premise 3.
That was like,
well, I mean, I don't know.
Premise 4 seems to say that our universe is inside a computer.
Well, it's saying that the computer is akin to God's mind. Like God's mind is essentially like the computer that is generating the reality that's around us.
The computer is material. God is immaterial.
So no, premise 4 is basically asking like, if reality isn't generated through logic, then what is it generated through? Because the problem is you can't replace it with anything else, because it will be a performative contradiction.
The logic is fine. The logic is fine.
Yeah, because the
problem is that we have a physical substrate for a virtual reality, and we have an immaterial mind for the supposed reality.
Yeah, the virtual reality. The virtual reality is created inside of our already existing physical reality. That virtual reality is built inside of the reality that you're trying to explain.
No, it's through the method. So the method is logic.
Yeah,
that's the method.
Listen. 1 second. You're trying to give an explanation for the existence of the real reality, like not the virtual one. You're trying to give an explanation for why the real reality exists, but the virtual reality exists inside of the real reality, so it's bound by any sort of laws that are made or that are governing that one. The thing that you're trying to explain is the existing reality. You're not trying to explain you keep appealing to the virtual reality and showing how we have constructed it, but that does not necessitate that's how the world around us was constructed.
Yeah, that's the explanation. That's the thing. That's the key word. The explanation. And
when you say, Darth, when you say that logic is the method, that's not what the method is. That's the constraints on what's allowed by the method. Like, because the virtual reality and the real reality both
the logic can change
the logical like dispositions, right? That's not the method. That's the constraints on whatever method is employed, right? So like
it is both. The logic is both implementing what you can and cannot do.
But we see two different methods no matter what, because we have an immaterial mind that's causally efficacious and doing whatever it is doing to the real world, and then we have us making hardware that hosts a virtual reality. Those are clearly different methods, unless there's some way that you can like bridge them and then like reduce it to just logic. Logic isn't the method, it's the constraints on each method.
Yeah, it's a like, again, you're jumping like, you're not clearly laying out how you're like justifying the jump. Like, you're jumping between, we have constructed a thing that we call a virtual reality, which is just an experience of pixels on a screen that is showing us a thing that appears to look like an image and appears to look like a 3D like a sphere on pixels moving at thousands of frames per second, or like 60 frames a second, with the refresh rate and everything. We have constructed this 3D reality the best way that we know how.
But what method was that? What method was that though?
Through like I guess like very complicated math equations. Yes. That does not necessitate.
That is the method.
Okay, but you're saying that's the method to make the virtual reality. How are you jumping from there to that would apply to the actual reality?
The thing, what the premise 4 is asking is like, it would be a performative contradiction to substitute the method with anything else, because to say, well, reality can be substituted, the method to generate reality can simply be substituted with a hot dog.
You're not commenting on any of these premises. You're not commenting anything on virtual reality. I mean, on actual reality. All of these are doing are showing like methods for how to create virtual reality. Like we know how to create virtual reality. We exist within a reality, and virtual reality is created through math and logic. And then you're inferring from that that's the same method that's used to generate actual reality. But you're not. There's no premise here to make that jump. You don't have any premise here to do that.
But that's the thing. I don't need to make the jump because like there's no reason to think any otherwise. Like, okay, wait. Why would I think otherwise?
Doesn't that imply that God's running a computer?
No, he is the computer.
No. We're not the computer. So we've already changed the method.
No, like
we're so just to describe God doing it, we've breached your standard for premise 4 that it's performative contradiction to change anything in the method. Well, the method that we're inferring from is our VR physical substrate computer virtual reality, right? So to change any aspect of that, we now are failing premise 4 by your standards, because
do you know what
God must be running a computer.
Do you know what an argument from ignorance is?
God is the computer.
Wait,
you're not the computer.
Do you know what an argument from ignorance is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what premise 4 would be. There's no reason to think any other method would be used to generate reality. That's you just saying that you have like a hole in your knowledge and that you're filling that with God. You're just saying, well, I have no reason to think that, but you don't have any any way that you're substantiating any of this.
No, because it would be a performative contradiction to try to substitute the method with anything else. Try to substitute the method with anything else.
Wait. It would. Wait.
You can't.
Actually, I'm gonna write. So you said.
Try to substitute the method.
Performative. It would be a
contradiction. Performative.
Performative.
Contradiction.
I still spelled that wrong. What the fuck? I feel like Monkey Boy right now. Contradiction. He does that all the time. It would be a performative contradiction to try and substitute
the method.
Fuck. I'm drunk. The method.
No worries, Mike. With anything else.
Anything else. Okay. So when you say the method, what is that referring
to?
Okay.
Referring to logic.
Logic. So when you say it would be a performative contradiction to try and substitute logic with the method of logic with anything else.
What is logic method?
Yeah, I don't know. He said the method was logic.
So the method is logic, which is like the means to the ends, which would be the generating of reality.
You're saying the method is not contradict yourself?
Like I'm saying, you cannot like substitute the method with anything else because it would be a contradiction.
Right, but for the method to be logic, tell me if I'm wrong. It's to not contradict yourself.
No, like if you substitute the method.
No. I know. When we're looking at the method that is referred to as logic, that means it is coherent, right? It is not contradictory. The states of affairs, the world.
Yeah, the thing is like, it is the process.
Wait,
that is being done?
Then that's just a logically possible world. That's just a logically possible world. That's what we mean by like the widest modality.
No, when I say logic, the method here, that is the process being done to generate the reality.
Then you're begging the question. You're saying that there had to be someone to have made that be the disposition the world has.
That's the explanation you're going to have to admit. That's the explanation. That is the explanation you're refusing to admit.
So Josiah, this is the...
I'm not saying it.
This is the broken inference. Because there's agents who built, like, say, the physical substrate of the VR, or just built the VR or whatever, and they were doing logically possible things. That means that in a real reality, there has to have been someone who designed it. That's begging the question. You're assuming God.
No, look, God isn't making a separate computer thing which then later generates reality out of that computer. Why I keep saying the word method? The method is logic.
Like, if this is an argument for the existence of God, you would have to demonstrate that, and this argument doesn't do that.
Let me do that. Let me finish.
A coherent world.
Let me do it, man.
Logically possible. Okay, fine.
Yeah, this is what you're not getting. You're conflicting okay, the two things that we know that can do logic are computers and human minds. That's right.
When you say, what do you mean when you say do logic?
Do the process of logic, math.
So, like, the only people that can calculate math, or the only beings that can calculate math equations, are humans?
Look, the only things that we know that can do logic are either computers or the brains that, you're going to say the minds of beings.
Okay.
Okay. Do we agree with it? Yeah, that can include a monkey.
So just minds.
Yeah. So
sure.
Do we agree on that?
Yes, but you realize the problem you're again going to run into is you're conflating a virtual reality with the real reality. You're saying we see a virtual reality in the way that it's. Well, you're saying.
Yeah, hi guys.
You're saying.
I hope my mic's not too crazy.
No, you're good. But you're saying that this is how a virtual reality was created. So then we can infer from that this is how the reality was created. And then we can infer from that if it requires a God. I mean, if it requires a mind, then it requires like some sort of all-seeing mind that's instantiating out of reality. That's an inference you're not supporting.
Well, this is the bit that I was confused about, and that's why I've joined, despite the fact that I'm in the car. A virtual reality is a subset of a reality. Just because we can demonstrate how a virtual reality was built doesn't mean that it applies to a superset, i.e. reality in and of itself.
Yeah, that's exactly, almost verbatim, exactly what I told him, that this reality, or the virtual reality, is built inside of our real reality. It's built within the constraints of this real reality, and it's the only way that we can demonstrate is a virtual reality the set of all things, or the sum of all things?
Only within that reality, the virtual one.
What do you mean by reality?
Reality, I mean like the space and time.
The space
and everything
and
within
time?
It. Yeah, and everything within it.
Are we literally creating a space and time inside of our virtual reality?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, but in order for your rationale to hold, you would need to be able to give us an example of a virtual reality that exists independent of reality.
In space is what to you?
We do. It would be the vectors.
The vectors? No, I'm saying how do you define space?
But the vectors.
The vectors. So if I go online and I look up a generally accepted definition of space, it's going to say the vectors. The vast and nearly perfect vacuum. Well, that's space. Space, a period of time, a limited extent in 1, 2, or 3 dimensions. The distance from other people, or what? A limited extent in 1, 2, or 3 dimensions.
Yeah, that's what the vectors are.
Do you realize that you're viewing the VR, the virtual reality, inside of off of a 2D screen?
Yeah, but the vectors, the software does have a 3D space. There's a virtual 3D space.
No. Okay, there is that space. What do you mean by is?
Within that virtual reality.
Okay, then that's not like an is like in reality. Like there's not actual spatial location in that.
No spatial location. The screen is not creating, like, the thing that's being created on screen is not a literal spatial location. It's not a place where I could literally go on a GPS or go on somewhere and type in the coordinates and literally go to. There's no actual reality that is being created.
Of course not. Of course not, because it's part of that virtual reality. It's not really out here in our reality.
Yeah, but
it's not a reality in the same sense that reality is. It's a model, right?
We're not literally creating. We're not literally creating a space in a spatial location. We're not literally creating like some sort of even if I granted you the space thing, which I'm not, I'm just saying, even if I did that, how are we creating time? Because reality is the space and time.
Yeah, well, the thing is, time is just like it's gonna be relative. Like that's just like all rotations around the sun. So basically, it would just be.
Well, no. That's how we measure time. That's not time itself.
Yeah,
well, that's
reality is space and time. We're not creating if anything, which I'm not granting you, but if anything, the only thing you would have here is the space. But even that, we're still arguing about that because it's not a spatial location.
You can look.
All reality is relative.
Look, there's no such thing as a time dimension within our reality. When we say time, we're just talking about the measurements of the rotation.
Reality holds space and time. When you call it a
as a measurements.
I mean, without getting into like a physics discussion, like time, space, energy, they're all basically the same thing. You can't have energy.
Well, yeah, you could say they're modalities of the same thing.
Mass without time. And
John, you're cutting out real bad. So look, VR is a simulated experience that employs 3D head-mounted displays and pose tracking to give the users an immersive feel of a virtual world. Of a virtual world. So it's literally a simulated experience. It's not a recreation. It's a simulated experience. It simulates what it feels like to be in reality. It's not a literal reality. It's like a colloquial, when they call it a virtual reality, that is a colloquial term. That is not
I'm not saying it's a real thing, man.
Then I don't know how you're like. It's extremely obvious to me that you're making like a huge jump between this is how a virtual reality is created and this is how actual reality is created.
It's literally just an equivocation.
Yeah,
but you've turned it.
Melonpants says in the chat, this is so true. We know how action figures are made, therefore we know how humans must be made. Yes, exactly. That's the literal argument you're making.
Yes, this would be an equivocation.
I mean,
but you labeled it. You labeled it. So now it's a conflation. Yeah. Now you're telling us that they're not like that this inference is broken and that they're not identical. So now,
not according to math and logic.
Shut up.
Well, I don't know what that I don't know what that means. Like they could be logically identical. Logically,
that doesn't mean
that what supports them is identical.
No, it's what makes them identical is what is necessary. What is necessary is the method. So again, if you can't substitute,
think about it this way.
Let me finish.
We think that the world came about naturally, right?
And what does that mean?
We agree with the fact that the world is disposed to behave logically. We agree with you, and we see us as emergent agents from that physical natural reality, right? We would necessarily share traits with the logically classically well-behaved reality because we emerged from it. So when you say that because we've built like VR reality simulator type of apparatuses, whatever they're construed of, therefore our reality must have also, like, that doesn't follow at all. That's just begging the question that God has to exist.
Look, Darth, it's a fake simulated reality
it doesn't help because like a virtual reality it has infrastructure that is external to that reality, right?
I would say that reality has to be constructed by a mind.
Axel, what is generating that virtual reality? It's not because it's a property of the silicon. It's what the silicon is doing. That's the important part. It's what it is doing is what is the magic here.
And that's contained inside of the world that we agree with you. We agree that the world is supposed to be classified.
Give me a second, man.
Wait, the virtual reality is created inside of the physical reality.
Okay, now let me reply to Nobody on Fire. He said, okay, when you say we know that the universe was created by a natural means, That's begging the question.
No.
What are you? Wait, let me finish, man. What are you substituting here? That is the method isn't logic. What are you substituting logic with?
No.
Even if we substituted it in logic by logic, like, are you saying that like the things that we describe that are logical, are you saying that those are instantiated out with a mind? Like it requires a mind to instantiate the things that you're calling logic?
Can't hang on. What? Since when was logic
contradiction?
But since when was logic a methodology for the creation of the universe, natural or otherwise?
Yeah,
like methodology is a concept. Methodology logic is a methodology or a concept that is human generated, and humans are a product of the existence of the universe. So how, if logic is a product of humans, how can logic logic? But my point here, we are imperfect observers, and the laws of logic that we have generated as humans are a byproduct of things that we observe within the universe. So if they are post the creation of the universe, they came into existence post the creation of the universe, you have a cause and effect problem, do you not?
Yeah, and not only that, you're also presupposing that reality came into existence in the first place. Like there was a place in which there was no reality, and then reality was instantiated, which you haven't justified that either. Like that like, because reality could have, there's no logical impossibility and reality never being reality.
The laws of logic, they're a response, they're a reaction to what we observe. They don't create or cause what we observe. They're a descriptor of it. If you're mistaking the map for the place. Yeah. But you wouldn't do that with you wouldn't draw a map of an island and go, hey, the map created the island. So why would you apply that standard to the laws of logic? It's fucking nuts, right?
Yeah, the laws of logic are descriptions. They're descriptions of things that we experience in reality. Yeah,
and observe and see. Yeah.
So hold on. So let me clarify something I said earlier. When we say that a world is classically disposed to it's disposed to behave in a respectful way towards the classical laws of logic, that is something we're all agreeing upon. And an atheist can just say that that's like an axiarchal, I can't think of the right word, truth. It's just simply how, like,
it's an axiomatic.
Look at how we.
I'm gonna grant you logic. I'm not gonna do that.
No. Listen. So look at how we define a logically possible world. That means there's no contradictory states of affairs. And so for you to say, for you, an atheist, to have access to whatever the idea is of a non-contradictory world, you presuppose God. You're just begging the question.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying God did it. Oh, you're saying God did it, and none of your inferences, like none of your arguments, like get you to that.
We do, because we acknowledge the method. The only method that gives you a virtual reality would be through logic. So I'm asking you,
when you say,
if you don't think God did,
that presupposes the logically behaved world that the virtual reality machine was built in.
Yeah, we're
mirroring the real world.
It's trying to simulate the reality that is around us. It's not like we're actually creating. I don't know. This is a weird fucking argument, dude.
These how your laws of physics are validated with the math.
So, like, if your position that our reality isn't a product of the method of logic, what is your substitute? Because anything you try to substitute in there,
the contrary, this is still your burden to prove.
It's not even that.
It's a performative contradiction.
No. We agree the world is classically. We agree the world is classically well behaved. Why are you assuming there's an agent that did it?
Yeah. Look. What is the actually? I'm actually curious. What is the performative contradiction?
In trying to substitute the method with anything else, it will result in a performative contradiction.
Hold on. So,
which is what? What's the P and not P?
What's the performative contradiction?
I mean, just try to substitute it with anything else.
Okay,
no. What's the P and not P?
Proof that you have to demonstrate it. You can't put the onus on the person that you're refuting.
Let me give you an example.
Wait. You can't put the onus on the person that you're refuting with your argument and go, yeah, go do your homework and actually think about what the performative contradiction is.
Let me give you an example. Let's say you say nothing is what generated the universe. That's a performative contradiction.
Wait,
because nothing from nothing comes nothing.
What if nothing generated the universe and the universe listen?
No.
All I'm saying
yes, it
is what if nothing generated the universe or reality and reality had always existed? That's not a performative contradiction to say nothing generated the universe, because if it wasn't generated, nothing could have.
We could get into infinite regress.
Okay, but if you're saying,
oh God, dude.
Yeah, but look, if you're saying that it's a performative contradiction to say that nothing generated the universe, I just demonstrated how that's not true.
Yes, to say that nothing generated the universe is a performative contradiction.
How?
No,
if
it's
the
not.
universe wasn't generated?
No, but you're not talking about nothing. You're saying that the universe was always there.
Yes.
Whenever I say nothing, I mean no thing generated the universe. That is, from my perspective, that is true.
Not no thing. Because I would say also no thing generated, because I don't think God is a thing.
If it was infinitely regressive, then that means that there is nothing there's nothing that qualifies as the generator.
Yes.
If it's infinite, regressive, there is no generating to begin with.
Yes. Then there would be nothing wrong with me saying nothing generated the universe.
Stop thinking about it from the perspective of things and thinking about it from the perspective of causes. So if the universe always existed, then it didn't have an antecedent cause. And therefore, it makes sense. There's no logical inconsistency there. It's fine.
No, without causality, there's no logic.
Look, hold on. Darth, look at my screen. Nothing generated the universe equals the universe was never generated.
No, you're talking about an infinite regress. It wouldn't be a generating of a universe within an infinite regress.
Yeah, exactly. What makes it a consistent statement.
Whenever you said it would be a performative contradiction to
generating.
Say this, hold on.
Generating means it had a beginning.
Yeah, but you're saying nothing. You're saying that there was a performative contradiction in me uttering nothing generated the universe. Nothing generated the universe equals the universe was never generated.
Look, you can't have both generating and infinite regress, because generating means there was a beginning.
Yes, if the universe was never generated, that means it never had a beginning.
You literally just described his statement.
So you would say nothing universe. You wouldn't say nothing generated the universe. You would just simply say nothing.
But I'm saying nothing generated the universe because the universe never had a generation point.
You can't say nothing generated the universe. All you can say is nothing universe.
No, you're just sloppily using your language, and what you're doing is you're assuming.
Generates.
No, you're assuming that he's saying there was a state of nothing, and then everything popped into existence. That's not what that sentence says.
That's not. Whenever I say nothing generated the universe, I'm not saying that there was a thing called nothing that literally popped the universe into existence. What I'm saying is that there was nothing. I was saying that there was not anything that instantiated the existence of the universe because the universe was never generated.
But not anything could include God, because I don't think God is a thing. So within your definition of not a thing,
so if you're saying, let me finish.
Let me finish. Not a thing and nothing are the same thing. Nothing means absolutely nothing, including not a thing.
That's a disingenuous play on words. You know that, right? You must know that.
You just said God doesn't exist.
He's saying God is nothing.
You should know that, Josio.
There's
a difference between.
That's not what you're saying.
There's a difference between not a thing and nothing. Nothing would include not a thing being not there. So I can say God is not a thing.
Whenever I say but nothing is like the defining characteristic of nothing is that it's nothing. It's no thing. Like meaning that it's like
including no thing.
It's a quantificational phrase. It just means
how can nothing have an ontology? It's like almost like you're trying to give an ontology to nothing. Because the defining characteristic of nothing is that there is no ontology.
Because I wouldn't say
like there is no X. There is no X such that X has these properties, and that would be something like existence.
Yes.
No, because I wouldn't say.
You're assuming it's coming from nothing.
Yeah, because gravity
it's not
is
coming
not
from
a thing.
nothing. It's look. It's not coming from. It's not coming from anywhere. It's not coming from anywhere. You're saying that you're assuming it's coming from this. It's not. There is no thing it's coming from.
What's your semantic range of coming? Go ahead.
Gravity is not a thing, but it's also nothing. Not to nothing. I mean.
What do you mean? Gravity is not a thing. Gravity is a thing that we use to describe a force that is happening.
No, gravity is not a force. It's not a mass.
Like the description that we use. If you look up
but it's not
gravity
a thing.
What is gravity?
They wouldn't say it's a thing.
Gravity
so
is
it's not a thing.
Mass and rotation or acceleration.
Hold on. Gravity
is an acceleration. Correct.
Gravity is the invisible fundamental force of attraction that pulls objects
it's
toward
not a force. It's not a force. It's an acceleration.
It's literally called a weak force.
Gravity is a force. But
it's not a force.
It's similar. It's similar to something like logic, where we actually use that to describe the thing in reality.
Yeah, you're doing some type of like scope fallacy. Like you're like saying like, oh, it's not a force in the same way as electromagnetic bullshit. Like that's just
the point.
It's not what we're saying.
No, the point I'm trying to make it's not a thing. It would fall under the category of not a thing.
Let's come back from this, please, because I think we are very deep.
I think this is important.
Okay,
I think this is important. I think you're going to say God doesn't exist. Because it sounds like you're playing this like hardball with like what it means to exist, and we're saying that in like an ontology room, and like now it's really rigid. Like, does the chair exist or just the molecules, right? And like you keep saying that gravity doesn't exist, and so it sounds like to me it sounds like what you have is like this really high standard for the word exist, and I would like to know how. I would like to know how gravity doesn't exist, which I assume means fields, means fields don't exist. But you would probably say the Earth exists or whatever. So how does God escape this like super strict idea?
I can't wait to hear how the spaceless time.
Let me explain. Definitionally, gravity does not exist because it doesn't fit the definition. Do you know the definition for gravity?
No. What's the definition for exist?
To be within space and time.
So God doesn't. Oh my God! So God doesn't exist. Jesus.
No, are you denying that definition?
Look, you just said God doesn't exist. You just did exactly what I thought you were going to do.
Reality is within space and time.
Wait, do you agree with that definition?
Sure, reality.
Yes, that means God doesn't exist.
Gravity is not defined to be within space and time. So gravity, according to you, doesn't exist.
Wait, is God within? Wait, hold on. Is God within space and time?
By this definition, no, because that's ridiculous.
So that means God is not in reality.
God doesn't.
You don't think gravity exists either.
Wait, hold on. God is not in reality.
This is not a God joke. God doesn't exist.
You don't think
God doesn't exist.
Yeah, you admitted you don't think reality exists.
Hold on.
I did not.
God is.
Yes, you did.
God is not in reality. What are the things that are not in reality? Non-existent things.
Do you know the definition of gravity?
Hold on.
I want to know if God exists. What is your definition of exist?
Reality?
You tell me. Do you think gravity exists?
Wait a minute. I want to show you exactly what you did here for a second.
No, you're playing a definitional word game.
No, we're not. You're saying reality is within space and time. God is not in reality because he's not within space and time.
Exists
in
means to
reality
be
just
within
means
space and time.
non-existent. So that means God is non-existent.
No, exists means to be within space and time.
Yes, is God within space and time?
Gravity is not within space and time.
God within space and time.
So you don't. So conclusion, you don't believe in gravity.
Is God within space and time?
You don't believe in gravity existing.
I could.
Oh, dude,
my entire worldview does not turn on gravity not existing, but yours does if God doesn't.
My God, look, what's more ridiculous? That you don't believe gravity exists?
Not existing, but God not. This literally, if you told me, look, gravity doesn't exist, I'd be like, oh shit, I guess it doesn't.
No, not by your definition. Not by your definition.
There's another thing here too, because he's saying that even within the scope of space and time, gravity doesn't exist in that scope, and that's the only scope that it could exist in because of mass and space and time.
No, it doesn't.
And so he's saying that even in the context of reality, something like a force that we would describe, or like a disposition, that doesn't even get to exist. And so that means that like even God's energies couldn't exist in the world by his definition. So not only does God fall out of the definition of existence, his own like dispositions that he puts on the world wouldn't even count as existent. So there's like literally no way to detect anything existent that brings you to God.
No, by your standard, gravity doesn't exist because
no one said that except you.
Yes,
gravity
you do.
is not.
You do.
Listen, gravity is not something within space and time. Rather, it is the warping.
Exactly.
And bending. Hold on.
Exactly.
It is
the bending of space and time.
Bending of space and time themselves.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
So you
and
don't.
look,
So gravity is not within space and time. So you totally
ignored me. You totally ignored me for some reason, but I was trying to show you that there are different types of existence statements.
It's not within space and time. That's the thing.
Are you listening to me?
You're not listening, man.
Hold on,
Did I sound like I was done?
What definition?
You're not listening.
Hold on. I want to ask him, where are you getting this definition of reality?
No, the definition of exists means to be within space and time.
So
to say
no.
What?
Yes, it does.
What does it mean? What does within mean?
Within, inside.
Jesus Christ, that means everything, motherfucker. You need to listen to me.
Okay.
When we use the existential quantifier, there are many ways that we can use it.
Space and time.
We can be describing
space and time. It cannot be defined to exist.
We can be saying something like the set of a dog.
Hold on, just let nobody go for a second.
Okay.
The existence quantifier can mean multiple things. When we are talking to each other and we say, "Go get the table," are you serious?
That's what you're appealing to here.
Are you serious? Do you want to hear me finish my statement? You can't track. You can't track more than 30 seconds. Just listen. What I'm saying is that there are different ways that the existential quantifier cashes out, and we can be hard about how we use it, and we can be restrictive, or we can be very soft about it. And oh my God. And acknowledge that we have a practical use of this soft usage of the existential quantifier. So when we say there exists a table in room A that we should move to room B, we aren't necessarily talking about, do we really think tables exist? Like the shape of a table, the idea of a table, the form of a table. No, we're not talking about that. I'm not done. We're not talking about that yet, right? In a normal context, we're going to say there's a table in the room. But when we say there is, we're making an ontic claim that maybe we're going to think about differently in the ontology room, quote unquote, right? So what I'm telling you is that you're sliding between this like weird sortalism into like a really heavy ontic claim.
Yeah, and I also have a question about this conception of exists. Like, would you say that like somebody like if they imagine like a unicorn inside of their head and like that they can clearly see that that unicorn exists?
So nobody on fire. Let me break it. Let me make it easy. Let me answer nobody on fire first. Right. Nobody on fire. I'm gonna make it easy for you. When the definition, let's say the definition of exist means to be inside room A, and everything inside room A exists. But if gravity is not inside room A, but it's instead within the walls that make up room A, it doesn't exist by that definition.
Yeah, but that's just a definitional argument. Also,
that's what I'm saying. It's just a definition. Gotcha.
No. We need to explain some basic fucking physics here. If something exists in space and time, gravity is both subject to the confinements of three-dimensional space and time.
No,
gravity is limited. So gravity is limited by cause and effect, right?
No. There's nothing pushing on gravity.
But if they're constrained, but if gravity is constrained by both space and time, in which way does it? How does it not exist within space?
It is not. That's the thing. It is not something that within space and time. Look, it is of space and time.
Like why are we even talking about this?
You're blatantly contradicting yourself, or you're either blatantly contradicting yourself, or you're equivocating on exists, right? Because you're either
No, look, I'm just calling out your
hold
like,
on.
definition.
You're either contradicting yourself because you're like acknowledging that dispositions are real, and then you're saying that they're not real, or you are at least equivocating between exist because you're saying that there is existence outside of existence.
No, I'm being strict with the definition.
No, I addressed those two things I charged you with. What's your answer to those two things?
No, you're just feeling subjective.
Not being strict with the definition. You are bending it out of shape in order to.
I am not bending. I'm being strict because it doesn't fit the definition. You can't say gravity is within space and time because it's not within space and time. That's the problem. You can't say that.
Oh my God, you are doing it again. You're equivocating.
Go ahead. Say gravity is within space and time.
You're equivocating between exist and exists outside of existence. You're doing it again.
So
no.
Let me ask you this.
You're conflating existence and reality.
Do protons, neutrons, electrons, muons, and quarks exist?
Do you think gravitons exist?
Oh.
No. Do neutrons, protons, electrons, quarks, and muons exist?
No, those are just excitations of the field, and the field isn't within.
Would gravity still be a thing if there was no space and time?
You also just did it again.
Look,
you acknowledge existence outside of 3D space-time. You just did it again.
All you have to say is gravity is within space and time. Say that, I'll call you wrong. Objectively,
the problem that you've got,
and then we can move on.
But Darth, the reason I asked you about those specific particles existing is because you, we, everything that we see and touch is comprised of those particles. If you can't accept
the excitations, those are the excitations.
So, right, fine. Do the dependent on which school of physics you accept, do the 9 to 13 quantum fields exist?
Well, look, I'm gonna say that the fields are just simply modalities.
Yeah, but Darth, the point that I'm getting at is that, I'm getting at from your constraint, your conception of what exist means, either everything exists or nothing exists, and you seem to be set on the position of nothing fucking exists.
No, I'm saying that like some things don't fall within.
You claim that gravity isn't a special case, right?
Look. Axel, simply say gravity is within space and time. Say that. I'm going to call you wrong, and you're going to have to admit that I'm right.
You admitted there's existence outside of space-time.
Which is incoherent. Yeah.
No.
Because it's incoherent with your own view. I agree with you. I think
that
the dispositional nature of the world, the wave function, is something that exists.
I never said
space and time.
I never said there's existence outside space and time. I'm saying existence.
How does God exist outside of space and time?
Again, that's like saying, what if there's this computer out there generating our reality? Why doesn't the computer come down? Why doesn't gravity just come in the universe?
As far as I'm concerned, you admitted that things outside of space and time exist by acknowledging the dispositional bottom fundamental level of the world that I think begs the question and says that there's something outside of space and time that exists that causes these dispositions. That's the wave function.
Nobody on fire. In the very same way you can't say gravity exists, I can't say God exists because I don't think God is within the universe. You don't think gravity is within the universe.
You can't. Okay, well, I'm just going to tell you, you can't do that. You have to change the way that you think of the word exists, or you have to try and bake him into some other word like reality. You have to
definition.
Look. Even if you want to restrict exist like really tight, there's got to be some ontic claim you can make about God. That has to be the case.
You just want me to freaking change the definition so you can.
You want to run. You're running.
What I'm wondering is that even if we grant you this, like we say, okay,
I do want to run.
Oh no, but listen, I'm saying like even if we grant you, okay, based off of your definition of exists, gravity technically would not exist under that definition. How does this turn on the original argument?
Well, originally we were discussing about nothing.
what not is.
Again, the only thing we could drop the phrasing because it seems like you're getting caught up on the phrasing. The only thing that I am communicating with you is I'm not even gonna disagree with you. I'm not gonna argue with you about nothing generating the universe or anything generating the universe. I'm just going to say the universe was never generated.
Yeah, look, the reasons I'm so caught up on the definition is because nobody on fire is simply trying to do this quick gotcha, a quick definitional gotcha.
Oh my god, no, dude! I'm trying to tell you.
It literally is so tangential. This is like literally a tangent. It does not turn on the original argument. So if you're getting caught up on some sort of ego thing where you're feeling like he's trying to get you, I mean, you can talk to him about that later.
That's exactly what he's trying to do.
Look, the original argument was invalid. The original argument was invalid.
It is invalid. It doesn't. There's not like the premises don't follow from the conclusion.
That means there was no original argument. So we need to at least refine the original argument if we're even going to talk about that.
Look, okay, can we? Since obviously we're going to be very. Like this is not gonna just be very simple. Look, I'm going to be strict on you. I want this. Like you got to make this valid before we can actually engage with it. So if we can somehow change this, if you want, I could just throw this in ChatGPT and say, "Hey, make this valid," and you can run that. But
I mean,
this needs to be valid before I can contend with it.
P1, we know virtual reality.
Which premise?
P2, we exist within reality. That's fine.
No, you know what?
It's invalid.
If you're not going to believe me, look.
Virtual reality is created through logic and math.
Valid argument.
I disagree with P3. There's no reason to think any of the method would be used to generate reality. I disagree with P4.
Look, hold on.
Like it doesn't.
Since you're not taking my word for it, this is what ChatGPT has to say about it. I'm not saying it's the end all be all, but it's like a mediator here. No, it's not valid as written because even if all the premises were true, the conclusion doesn't logically follow. The hidden conclusion seems to follow something like this. Therefore, our reality is generated like a virtual reality / by God. But the premises only show we know one way humans create virtual realities. They do not show. Hold on. They do not show. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that was you, John. My bad.
Can you go back to? Can you put the syllogism back on the screen again?
Yeah, I will. Just let me run through this, and then I will. They do not show that all realities are created that way. Main problems: number one, equivocation on reality. Virtual reality is a reality inside a larger physical reality. Exactly what I said earlier. But our reality might be the base reality. You're using reality in two different senses. And two, weak analogy: just because a virtual reality is made through logic / math doesn't mean all reality is made that way. That's like saying we know how houses are built by humans. The universe is a kind of structure. Therefore, the universe was built by humans. The analogy is doing too much work. P4 is unjustified. There's no reason to think any other method would be used. Is not strong enough. Lack of an alternative explanation does not prove your explanation. Number 4, it doesn't get to God. Even if reality was generated through logic / math, that would not prove a personal God. It could be an impersonal process or simulation, a brute fact, a multiverse, unknown physics, etc. A lighter version of the argument would be P1, every virtual reality we know of is generated by intelligent mind using logic / math. P2, our reality resembles a virtual reality in relevant ways. C4, conclusion, therefore our reality may have been generated by an intelligent mind. That version is weaker but more defensible. It gives you a maybe, not therefore God.
Well, my issue with this argument, the biggest issue here, is that P4, it's fine to only be able to use induction to justify a premise, but the premise itself can't only be inductive. Using a phrase like "there is no reason to think," like the only way to interrogate this premise is via induction because the premise is inductive.
Yeah. So it's just saying...
again. And that's why I asked him, like, okay, if you don't think if you think reality can be like generated by something else, well, substitute the method. No. Because if you try to substitute, wait, let me finish, man. So again, when you try to substitute like the method, but like nothing generates reality, that's an obvious contradiction. And this can really be, it'll be a performative contradiction for literally anything.
Okay, I'll substitute. It was not an agent that generated reality.
Look, if you're just simply substituting God.
What's the contradiction? What's the contradiction? There was not an agent, yet something generated reality. What's the contradiction?
Look, wait a minute. Look, is this argument better for you? Look, this was just at least so we have a valid argument to argue with. Look, I had ChatGPT just generate a valid argument. It added a premise for you, so it bridges the gap. Look, P1. Any reality that is generated through through logic and mathematics is generated by intelligent mind.
Generated through math, right?
Yeah. P2, virtual realities are generated through logic and mathematics. P3, our reality is generated in the same relevant way as a virtual reality. P4, any intelligent mind that generates an entire reality is God, or at least functionally equivalent to God, relevant to that reality. P5, we exist within our reality. Conclusion, therefore, there is a God or godlike being generated our reality. Do you agree with this?
So broken.
Yeah.
Do you agree with this?
That's basically what I'm saying.
That's basically what you're saying?
I think premise 4 kind of answers nobody's last question.
No, this is incredibly broken, dude. Are you joking?
He's a broken man.
Yeah, the problem is that
any intelligent mind that generates an entire reality is God.
Effectively,
but P4
when you try to substitute with like God,
P4 assumes the conclusion.
God with an agent, you're doing the same thing.
Does assume that the reality is generated.
It's a bold-faced equivocation between a relevant God like us for the virtual reality world and the real God for our entire reality. Yeah. That's clearly an equivocation.
You're just saying this agent isn't God when it's clearly God.
So then we're God.
If you're not generating reality.
Okay, look. If we're not God, then it's an equivocation.
Nobody on fire. Let me answer nobody on fire real quick.
That is the equivalent of some bloke down the pub told me. That's what that sounds like to me.
Nobody on fire. If you were generating reality, you would be God, but you're not doing that.
No,
if I generated a virtual reality, would I be a virtual God?
Of that virtual reality, yeah.
Oh, now we're equivocating on God. Uh-oh. Looks like an equivocation is unavoidable.
It's not an equivocation. Yeah.
It is, because now he just had to clarify virtual God versus God. That's an equivocation.
No,
maybe it's equivocation fallacies all the way down.
So, but you agreed that making a virtual reality is making a kind of reality, right?
So I'm kind of God?
I'm kind of God.
Virtual reality.
Exactly, equivocation.
That's like saying you're a virtual God. Like a Discord mod is technically a virtual God.
So if I made a virtual reality, I would be a virtual God. But anyway, you're saying any intelligent mind that generates an entire reality is God. But this again is presupposing
that's what God is by definition.
But this again is presupposing that our reality was generated.
Again, look, I'm not gonna entertain the whole thing of like infinite regress.
Why? I mean, you're just gonna deny that that's a possibility?
First of all, like you're not gonna solve the infinite regress problem if you haven't solved it. I don't want to hear it.
Wait, what's the problem?
Can I just get an explanation?
Down a long diatribe of trying to refute a infinite regress, but I mean, if you want to do that,
like according to you, Darth, what is the infinite regress problem? I'm just interested to know if we're talking about the same thing here.
I was gonna say, how could we be?
It's
gonna be like the sniper argument or whatever.
The sniper. No, it's basically
you can't have an infinite regress because they do that through showing that there's like a sniper that is ready to take the shot, but he needs the go ahead from his superior, and that superior needs to go ahead from their superior, and that goes on infinitely. The people who argue this would say something like the sniper never ends up taking the shot because they constantly have to appear.
You've got an infinite. If you've got an infinite series of courses, then you never get to the current.
It's not paradoxical because it's not analogous.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It's not paradoxical. Yeah. It's a misconception of what.
I mean, even then, if you had an infinite amount of time and you needed infinite amount of people to call back to, like superiors to call back to, the question could be asked: well, how much of time has elapsed? If an infinite amount of time elapsed and you needed an infinite amount of time in order to get permission to get, to call the shot, well, then you would have that.
it's kind of a rule of theists. Something that I've noticed is that the vast majority of theists who rely on this kind of infinite regress paradox that they fundamentally understand are also the same sort of cretins that don't understand that you can have infinites that sit within infinites.
Yeah,
that there are larger and smaller infinites.
I mean, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
the whole thing, the whole thing turns on.
Those are theoretical.
This,
those aren't actual reality.
Even
you
if
can
we
have like infinite numbers. Those don't actually exist.
Well, listen, I just want to make sure that this conversation is linear. I don't want this going off in like multiple different branches. I'm trying to keep this as on the rails as possible. But look, ignoring P1 through P3, once you get to any intelligent mind that generates an entire reality is God. And then, or at least functionally equivalent to God or relevant to that reality. We exist within our reality. Therefore, there is a God. Like, you have to show, it's now on you. The burden is on you to show that this reality was generated. You have to present an argument for that.
Look, I'm not just gonna let you have like infinite regress. Like that's an obvious.
No,
like, there's a paradoxical.
No.
You don't have to have an infinite.
It's not
regress.
a paradox. What's the paradox?
Yes, it is.
What's the paradox?
The paradox is like you never get to like you never
Who's
get to
you?
Like
they have to stop you there. Who's you?
Actually, I think I can make his argument. I can make his argument for him. If he's saying time goes back infinitely, infinitely. I can't fucking spell. Guys, I didn't graduate high school. Infinitely. Time goes back infinitely. In the past, you could never reach present events.
This is what.
Events. You can never reach present events.
This is why I focused on the word you. There's no one traveling the timeline. The whole timeline is actual. It's all real. It's all the case. Yeah. And it's just that we're in that part of the line or we're not. The line exists. The line is not traveling, Darth.
Listen, look, in also, let's say you had point A and point B. You had those 2 points. Like if we're talking about points in time, if you're saying time goes back infinitely in the past, it would require an infinite amount of time for these 2 events to happen. If you're asking how much time do you have, or how much time is required to reach these 2 points, it's an infinite amount of time. You need an infinite amount of time. And guess what? You have an infinite amount of time because it goes back infinite amount. So you still reach point B. Like if you're from point A, you still reach point B because you have the necessary amount of time.
That's the problem. It's infinite.
Well, look, yes, this is why we can't say you. This is why we don't want to say like you reach. That's why we don't want to say you cross an infinite. The timeline just exists infinitely. There is not people infinitely traveling on the timeline because people will go extinct. They won't exist yet. It's just not like when we say you can't travel, the line isn't doing that. The line just exists. You're not traveling. The line's not traveling. There's no traveling. The infinite timeline exists. Where we are on the timeline is relative to us. The timeline is not relative to itself in some weird, I'm riding on a freeway type of way. That's not the case. The whole highway exists infinitely.
Look.
So the problem isn't with the time. Well, the thing is like, it's not just the timeline. It's the cause and effect. You had infinite causes and effects.
That's a different question, and that's irrelevant. It doesn't disprove the infinite.
No, it
timeline.
Is.
There can be infinite causes in the past. There can be infinite antecedent moments. Yes, there can.
No, that's the thing. You would never.
And what's the contradiction? What modality is it impossible in? What's the contradiction in the relevant modality?
If you have an infinite chain of cause and effects, you would never get to the conclusion.
Yes, you would, because much time
you're literally
is
just
needed?
asserting it.
How much is needed to get to the conclusion?
An impossibility requires the modality that it's impossible in, and you need to present the contradiction.
When you're saying you would never reach it, how much time is required to reach the end?
The thing, it would be like
to reach the end. How much time is required?
There were infinite.
Yes. Again, and how much time do you have?
That's the thing. There wouldn't be an end,
bro. You're look.
It's infinite.
Look on screen. time has infinitely infinite amount. We'll say time has an infinite amount. A and B to get from A to B requires an infinite amount of time. If time is infinite, you have an infinite amount of time. So you have the amount required to get from point A to point B.
This problem of these infinites that theists like.
Well, it's not a logical impossibility. Like he's saying it's logically impossible. Yeah. There's some sort of contradiction. It's a paradox, but I'm showing him there's literally none. You have the amount. You have the amount required to get from point A to point B.
He won't specify the scope in which it's impossible because he can't derive the contradiction.
No, the contradiction is infinite causalities. So
but Darth, you must have heard of like Zeno's paradox, right? This is something that was dealt with like a couple of thousand years ago, right?
No, look, what you're saying is basically like, but like this: you have an infinite chain of dominoes, right? And the cause and effect would be like the dominoes tipping one another one after the other. So if you have an infinite chain of that, there wouldn't be an end result.
Yes, it's infinite.
It would be infinite.
You're describing it. You're not even deriving a contradiction.
That's a problem.
You're making the question against it.
That's a problem in and of itself. That is the problem.
Wait, are you saying that there would be an end?
Infinite chain of dominoes that doesn't stop one domino from falling into another.
If you're saying you could never reach, or there would, let me put it like this: there would never be an end to an infinite amount of dominoes falling.
Which is just a truism.
That's trivial to say. That's trivial. That's a trivial statement. There would never be an end to an infinite amount of dominoes falling because the amount of dominoes that are falling are infinite.
But it also doesn't mean that you would never get to domino 27.
Yeah. If you pick out a particular...
There wouldn't be a domino 27. There wouldn't be a first domino. There wouldn't be a
27.
No, there wouldn't be.
And where zero is.
That's the thing. You don't have zero.
No. Zero not being a start. Zero just being what we label zero in the infinite.
It's an arbitrary point at which we pick. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, actually, what's funny is that if we could somehow map out an infinite amount of dominoes, we can actually find a point where we call 1, and then we could count behind that being -1, and then we can count in front of that being +2.
You're assigning 1 to it, but it wouldn't be the 1.
What do you mean? You're saying at a beginning,
yes.
if there was an infinite amount of dominoes falling, you would never have a beginning?
No, you couldn't say this dominoes number 2.
There would never be a beginning of an infinite amount of sets of dominoes falling?
You wouldn't say this. You couldn't say this domino's number 27.
Okay. Why is it?
What you're doing
this is important.
It's like what my son did a few years ago, where he asked me, Dad, the year's 2022. So does that mean that the universe is 2022 years old? Like, no, son, that's not the way it works.
Yes, exactly.
That's basically what you're fucking doing.
So what's the qualifier for 27? Does it mean it has to be 26 away from the beginning?
Yeah, because it seems that's what you're taking for granted inside of the definition is that if you count something that is 27, that is presupposing that there was a beginning of the set that you're counting.
We're basing that on Jesus Christ's death.
Jesus Christ. Don't dodge. Don't dodge.
No, I'm gonna answer the question.
I don't use BC. I use BCE, asshole.
Yeah, what's the required conditions for something to be 27? Is it that it's 26 away from a beginning?
Time, right? And that would be.
Can you guys please stop using my age? I'm literally 27, so you can't.
Okay, what's the relevant? What's the important qualifier for 26? Is it that it's 25 away from?
No. The reason how we have the current date 2026. That's
oh my god, that's not what I'm asking. You're dodging the question.
Let's go back to the
question.
I'm trying to answer the question, man.
Go back to the dominoes because I think that was a better fruitful discussion for us to have instead of like BC. But yeah, he's asking you when you count 27.
Yes, that's well. I'm not even talking about years. I'm saying,
trying to get to
do you think that the the necessary, sufficient thing that must be the case, things that must be the case for to like labeling something 26, it has to be 25 away from an ultimate beginning of counting,
like the beginning of the set?
That's because you have a reference point.
Okay, I'm asking you a question. It's like a yes or a no. Do you have to be presupposing a beginning to have 26 moments?
You're not getting that you have inherited this reference point from Jesus. You could say that.
Oh my God.
But wait,
how do you think?
Wait,
can you just answer the question?
You were actually presenting arguments earlier and actually giving us stuff to contend with, but now you're doing this like weird religious thing where you're like, yeah, you got the counting number from Jesus. No, you got it from us.
That's how we get. I'm not a Christian.
I introduced this religious angle.
Yes.
Look, dude, I'm asking you. Are you saying?
I'm saying the reason why we have the 2026 dates is because we have this reference.
Okay.
Reference?
Now look.
Jesus.
I'm saying when we have something and we call it 0, and we have something and we call it 26, right? If those are labeled in an arbitrary way, like relevant to us or whatever, are you saying that that's no longer 26?
You wouldn't say it's objectively the 26.
Okay, so you're presupposing a beginning. So you're presupposing a beginning. You're begging the question.
No, I'm saying you couldn't label it.
Yes, you're saying you're not allowed to do this thing without a beginning. You're begging the question.
You couldn't do it.
Why? I couldn't label it 26. Why?
You can label it 26, but it is in actuality it is not actually the 26.
You're begging the question. There has to be a beginning.
Yes, that's exactly what you're doing. When you say you can't call it the 26th because it's actually not the 26th 26th domino in the set, respective of a beginning of the set.
There wouldn't be a beginning to the set, and so you can label any domino.
He's gonna describe a consequence of you saying it's an infinite set, and then you're gonna be like, "Yeah, I know, it's a fucking infinite set.
It's an infinite set. I'm not calling it with respect to the beginning of the set because the set would be infinite, unless I choose an arbitrary amount to pick out of the set and call that a new like subset. Then within that subset, I could have a 26, and the beginning would be respective of whatever I'm calling 26 within inside that subset. But there would be no objectively like a number that would be the 26th. Let me say that.
Exactly.
It wouldn't be the 26th.
It wouldn't be the 26th
with respect to a beginning of the set because there would be no beginning of the set.
Because there's no beginning. Yes. So like our relevant window now, causally, time-wise, is the Big Bang.
One second.
We know that's the case. And then prior to that, there could be infinite of anything.
Nobody on fire. Give me a second. I'm running low on battery on my headset.
Yeah, so you're getting rhetorically backshotted right now.
What are you talking about? You're building freaking infinite regress. You think dominoes? You can label. Being able to label a domino within the infinite regress doesn't actually make that domino 26. You're just labeling it 26.
No one is claiming that it's 26. No one's claiming that it would be 26.
You're not solving the cause and effect problem.
Darth, no one is calling it to the 26th with respect to the beginning of the set. No one is calling it that. You're saying, guys,
there is no beginning of the set.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this is what he's doing right now. He's going, yeah, you guys aren't saying this is the 26th. You can't say this is the 26th with respect to the beginning of the set. And then we're saying, yes, that's exactly what we're saying. And then you're like, look, would it be the 26th with respect to the beginning of the set?
The problem once you surrender cause and effect, you surrender logic. That's the problem with infinite regress.
No one did that.
What do you mean?
Yes, you do.
Wait. It does not follow that there's no beginning of the set, that there would no be effect and cause. Because if there were 2 points in time that you're trying to get between,
it's infinite regress, man.
Yes,
there wouldn't be a cause.
If there's 2 points in between the time, and it's required that you need an infinite amount of time, you can reach that infinite amount of time. There would be no cause, man.
But there would be no cause because it's infinite regress.
We see like things passing out, like stars and galaxies passing outside of our field of cause and effect. That's what the event horizon of our visible universe is. Like these galaxies, and stars are they have accelerated away from us faster than the speed of light, and because the speed of light is effectively the speed of cause and effect, we see this happening like right now.
Look, Axel, let me put it this way. Let's say I told you the explanation why you see that meteor passing by is because a meteor bumped into it, and the reason that meteor bumped it is because another meteor bumped into it. And I keep doing this again and again and again and again.
You're gonna beg the question again. You're gonna beg.
Yes, this is the problem.
But Darth, with respect to like, I can answer this question for you because it's not an infinite universe. So what's going to happen is these effectively billion balls. You know, these.
It wouldn't be a billion. It would be like it would be infinite.
Listen, let's say.
But what's happening is that the causes are going to regress back to
infinite.
The fusion. No, the causes are going to regress back to the fusion reactors of our universe, which are stars, which chuck out the heavy elements.
No. Again,
when we go back to the point.
You're trying to dispute cause and effect within some sort of infinite regress, but like you would agree something like A causes B, B causes C, C causes D, and then so on and so on and so on and so on. And you're saying that within that infinite chain, there is no that there's some sort of logical contradiction in that.
Yes, because you don't really have the cause.
Look, there is no contradiction in that by itself. Like you can explain, like an infinite regress can entirely explain that whole chain. Like you could say something like each event has a cause. Every event in that infinite chain has some sort of cause, and so cause and effects inside of that, and there does not need to be a first cause.
Yeah, let's put it this way. Let's say there's a road that's traveling around the entire.
That's the problem, man.
Oh let's say there's a road that it's around the equator of the planet. It's all, we tarmacked it all. It's this
look,
round forever. Like, and you're a postman delivering post. You're never not going to. There's no issue going to the next. I
don't mean to interrupt you, Axel. I don't mean to interrupt you, but like I'm running real low battery on my headset, so it's like telling me like low battery Chinese.
Battery Chinese.
Well, look, I mean, like, if I was just gonna say, like, if we had an example of like infinite chain of parents, like infinite chain of people, like reproducing more and more people, and every person is born from their prior parent, and then you had an infinite line of parents, each person would still be caused by a previous parent. There just would be no first parent.
We can do this another time. We can finish this up. I just got to charge my stuff.
All right, sounds good.
All right. See ya.
All right, next up. Yeah, I don't know. I think the infinite regress stuff was breaking his brain.
They do though. Like I don't get why it's so complicated. It's not.
Yeah, it's like if they're like, I think they're conceptualizing. They're like almost personifying, like infinite in a weird way, where they're like trying to make it like limited, and they're also trying to make it infinite at the same time. Whereas like if it was a true infinite and you had an infinite chain of causes, there's no logical contradiction in each one having their own cause and effect and there not being a first cause.
Well, infinite is a linear manifestation of time, right? So there would be a beginning to it. Eternal is, you guys are confusing eternal with infinite.
No. How? Like an infinite is omnidirectional. Like it, or bidirectional. Sorry, not like you can't have an infinite that goes forward in the future with no end and not have something behind you. Like an infinite with a beginning is an incoherent statement.
If it's linear, it had a beginning.
No, it can be linear and bidirectional.
Why does it necessitate? Because you could have like an infinite amount, like a line that goes infinite.
Yeah, a circle is linear and infinite, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't necessitate there being like some sort of beginning. Like time could be infinite, and it doesn't necessitate there was a t-1. Like there being like only like this is where time started, and then time just infinitely went out. Like it could have just been always been a thing.
Yeah. Also, we as humans, we tend to think of time as this like packets of stuff.
Well, they look at it like a VHS tape or a DVD where you can like click a button on a remote and just like you're just going. It's like a 2D line of going left to right. When in reality, time is like I don't really know much about time, but I'm just saying.
This time is again, you need to strap your ass into the chair and actually do the maths and do the physics, because this concept of time in the way that we discuss it using this kind of rudimentary language and these loaded terms that we use is not particularly helpful. You know?
Well, I mean, like Darth Uranus seemed to be like a pretty smart guy anytime I've talked to him, and whenever I got the conversation into like I wanted to know his argument for the existence of God, I did not expect it to be that. That was like a very I don't mean to be disrespectful to him, but that was a very bad argument.
It seemed beneath him.
It's not even valid. It's like he's not even making a valid.
I don't know if you guys were catching what he was saying, though.
I mean, we were. I mean, if you want to pick up where he left off, we can definitely do that.
Like I said, I think you were confusing eternal time with infinite time.
What's the difference?
Right, infinite is a linear.
Well, yeah, I do apologize. You're about to explain it, and I cut you off. So I'd love to know what your distinction between the two.
To free, eternal means all time. So when you say eternal time, you're saying all time for time.
All time time. All time.
Eternal is the ability to access any point in time, and infinite is a linear directional.
Eternal is the ability to access any point in time.
Right.
And then, what is doing the accessing?
Yeah, what is accessing it? God.
Well, there you go. So the eternal time is
you're joking, bro.
Is about the linear time straight, which is even if it's infinite.
First problem, it had a beginning. Why would we accept any notion of eternal?
Why would you accept any notion of infinite? Whatever.
Well, because it seems like your definition of eternal would necessitate there being a God and adding on an extra ontology, whereas ours is seemingly entirely naturalistic and doesn't require us to postulate some sort of newer ontology that we have no evidence for. Well, so if you're introducing a concept of eternal that necessitates a God, then you would have to demonstrate that God exists.
Well, and also, like the special relativity seems to dictate that whilst we could in principle access any point in time in future of the data which we currently exist, there is no mechanism or no non-physics breaking mechanism that would allow us to access a point in time in the past. So by that,
we wouldn't have access to eternal.
So when you say that infinity does do that, then you're wrong, and I'm right.
No, hold on. Okay, that's why we need to know what does access mean, because it sounds like you're saying that there's some like thing that can move through the timeline, right?
All right, DeFreak, what does access mean?
The ability to access any point in time.
Wait, what does access mean? You just use access inside of the definition of access. So what does access mean?
To make it your current reality or his current reality. Right.
Okay, so this thing can slide through the timeline.
Right.
Wait, so eternal is the ability to access any point in time, and then the ability to access, which means the ability to make it your current reality at any point in time. So you can.
So it's changing the reference point relative to some type of agent. This is presupposing God.
Yeah, an agent would have to do so, and it can't be a human agent that has access to any.
I have an argument for you.
Right. So that's how you get your generation. That's how you get your generation of the linear time, infinite time scale.
I want to hear what nobody has.
So here, to freak. So eternalism is true. And my argument for that is all moments are real. The present is a moment, therefore the present is real. So we know that the present is real, even though there's infinite times in the past, and they're all equally as real, because it counts as a moment. Because in B theory, all moments are real. Do you have a problem with this?
Except that there isn't an infinite past.
There is.
That's the only thing I don't have. That's the only thing I have a problem with.
There is no. There is no infinite past.
But in order for this entity
no, eternal time existed before the linear time.
Okay, you would have to demonstrate internal time.
What is linear time?
Yeah, look. You're using a definition of eternal that requires there being a God. So anytime you introduce the term eternal, it is now your burden, because you're introducing something that we don't accept. It's now your burden to prove that either that God exists, or we have some reason to accept that eternal time is a thing, or eternal is even a thing.
But also for this entity, in order for it to travel not just forwards in time but backwards in time. Firstly, is it traveling along the timeline? Is it immediately popping into and out of existence with respect to
all points in the timeline? That's what he should say.
Like a needle. Right,
that's what omniscience says, right?
Oh, so he's at all points. Okay,
no, so that's all knowledge.
Based on our understanding of physics, in order for this to even begin to be possible, this entity can neither have mass nor energy.
So he's eternal, and that means he is at all points in time.
Right.
That's what you mean. So we'll say God is at all points in time.
Why not just cut the middleman? Why not just say time is God?
Yeah, I mean, it's like him saying God is eternal because God is at all points in time.
Right.
Why do I give a shit about this? Why do I this is the same thing I was saying earlier. Like whenever I said whenever you're bringing up eternal, I don't know why I give a shit. Why this is being brought up.
Well, you guys were trying to, talk with Arthurianus or whatever, and I don't know how you guys got on the whole, infinite thing or whatever, because you were actually trying to do the reality thing. Right, and so I mean that was your little detour. I was just telling you that
he was saying that there was that you couldn't have like an infinite regress of time, and that's how we got on that.
Yeah.
But I mean, bringing up eternal in this conversation, I don't know why we would even accept.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you kept saying that it couldn't have come from nothing, which we agree on that, right? But then you were also saying that nothing could have generated it, which is not true. So if you're within the spirit of God, He can create a universe.
Never once did look. When I said nothing could have generated it, I'm not saying nothing could have generated. What I'm saying is nothing generated is akin to me saying it was not generated. Nothing generated it equals me saying it was not generated. So I'm not saying that there was like an ontology of a thing. Look, I'm not saying that there's an ontology of a thing called nothing that generated it and caused it to exist. I'm saying there was no cause or beginning to its existence. It was not generated.
This is the problem why
it was generated.
But this is a problem why this type of
that is your burden of proof. How was it demonstrated it was generated?
Well, my demonstration would first be, let there be light, right? Big Bang or whatever you want to call it. But it's definitely linear and it had a beginning.
If there's if there's a farmer and he says, or someone asks the farmer, "Did your cow eat a vegetable out of the bucket?" And then the farmer says, "There is no vegetable that the cow ate out of the bucket." That doesn't mean that there's something that the cow ate nothing. There was
nothing in the bucket for the cow to eat. That does not mean the cow went over there and chowed down a bunch of fucking nothing.
Exactly.
Like it just means that there was nothing in the bucket for it to eat, so it didn't eat.
Of all things that generate things, none of them apply to the universe.
Yeah, you're behaving like nothing.
Even if you try to comprehend like anything quantum or whatever. You still get off the linear timeline, right?
Can I just check something with Ned here? So, the religious cohort tend to treat nothing as if it has like an ontology, whereas when I think of nothing, I'm thinking of the absence of an ontology.
Yes, like in the absence of a something. When it says nothing generated, there was an absence of anything being there that it came from, which was nothing. It didn't come from anything. It was just there.
Yeah, it's yet another incoherent.
It was just there.
Yes.
Okay.
Reality. What do you mean?
Of
Go ahead.
Of all things that generate, none of them are in relation to the universe. In a generative relation to the universe.
And not only that, the only argument that I was presenting is he was saying it has to be this way, and I was giving an alternative explanation. I don't have to be committed to say that, yes, the universe is infinite, because at the end of the day, I don't know. All of these are going to be theories about what is happening in the reality around us. So if he says, yes, the universe was generated, and he says, well, no, there's no alternate explanation for how the universe got here. And then I say something like, well, who's to say that the universe got here? And he said, well, is there any other explanation? I could just say, well, the burden of proof isn't on me, but there is some alternate explanations that other people try to give. That's exactly what I'm saying here. I'm not committed to say that the universe is 100% or time or space or anything is 100% infinite. I don't have to be committed to that. But you're the one that's making the positive claim.
I think the biggest problem with this is like how like people are using their intuitions to try and explain like the massive and the tiny, and our intuitions just don't work here. They're broken. They're not designed to be applied to this. This Aristotelian notion of course.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about this anyway. Actually, so I actually wanted to ask you some stuff, John.
Oh shit, John.
Yeah. So
you're screwed, buddy.
When you were talking with
I gotta lay down. I'll listen to you guys.
See you now, buddy. Thanks for coming up, man.
It's been a while since I've seen you. Actually, I'm glad to see you again.
So.
Yeah, good seeing you. Good seeing all you guys.
We gotta set up. Hey, we gotta set up that debate that we were gonna have. Moral realism and moral anti-realism. Gonna set that shit up.
Yeah, we can do
that. I feel confident saying UG says hi, nobody.
Oh yeah, probably. And he probably calls me a slow boy. Yeah.
Yeah. UG's fun.
This is gonna be perfect. So you guys were talking about like, what do you do with the captives of, after the result of war or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Whether it be like total homicide or slavery. So you made a statement like you would do this or this because if you didn't, you wouldn't be able to live with yourself or sleep or go to sleep or you had like yeah. So
yeah.
What would actually cause that within you if you're not a believer in God? Like, who do you have to answer to? Like, why would it matter?
Bro, this is such bottom level. Look, I'm sorry, John. Yeah. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but like I'm just saying, this is like, DeFreak, you've been in the game seemingly for a very long time, and this question from you is so like I feel like this same thing has been explained to you so many times, and I'm so amazed that you do not know the answer to that already.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Well, I think you would actually want to listen, especially if you're going to be having a debate about morality, because basically
I can debate you about morality right now.
DeFreak, this question
Wait, actually, don't you remember me and you had a debate on morality before?
But I really want to ask John because he somehow.
But
yeah, go ahead.
Isn't this question akin to the if you don't believe in God as an atheist or an agnostic, why don't you grape and schmurder as much as you like? Like, well, I do, which is not at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when you're asking why do you have this personal sense of morality? Because I was in the same conversation that you're talking about, John, with, and I believe I was the one that brought that up, having that personal sense of morality, irrespective of any sort of God, and seemingly a lot of times with the people that I engage with, it seems like the ones that profess God, I end up, at least with respect to my moral system, I end up being the better person because I'm aligned with my values and I'm aligned with the things that generally people would see of good people. But it doesn't seem like people having a God to look over them and punish them. Hold on. It does not look like, I'm about to land, it does not look like the people who have a God that is overseeing their actions are holding themselves accountable or even care that God is watching.
It's the case that my personal
John.
but it's I'm here for you.
Fuck him up, John.
My personal morality is, generally speaking, I think those who are not able to defend themselves, the weak and the vulnerable, if I am able to defend them, then I am honor bound to defend them, and that applies to people like in the discussion that we were having. It was, well, like, you've been engaging in some kind of conflict, justified or otherwise, and you've literally just killed or schmilled.
No, you're good. You're good. I don't give a shit.
The combatants, typically in this case fighting age males. And now you've got to you've broken through the city gates. The wives and the kids and the old people are all carrying in wherever they're carrying, and you've got your axe or your sword or whatever overhead, and you've got two options. You can either let them go, or you can murder them. The problem is that person they're not a threat to me right now. They are an innocent person, especially with respect to the children, in the truest sense of the word. And despite the fact that they could present some kind of threat to me in the future, the fact that they are an innocent person means that they are now, if not worthy of my protection, at least at a bare minimum, they do not deserve to be killed for no good reason.
All of the things that he's appealing to within those determinations are his preferences.
And the principle behind this, my principle here is that despite the fact that this young son may potentially be a threat to me in the future, my adherence to the principle requires me to face that potential future in order to not commit basically a crime against humanity right now.
In order for those principles to be actualized.
I agree with you. From a utilitarian point of view, I should just kill the kid, right? Because then the threat's gone. It's resolved permanently.
No. Come on, don't do utilitarian. Don't do utilitarians like that.
But that's not how my ethics works. That's not who I am.
Well, I know, but I'm saying, like, in terms of hold on. In terms of like a utilitarian approach to that scenario, like, and this is the thing. I know this is a little bit of a detour, but to be fair, this is my show, so I'm gonna run it the way I want. But I'm saying, on a utilitarian framework, the thing that a lot of people
tacos to wade in with a goal.
Yeah,
but I forget
I'm gonna need Kurt in here. But anyway, but no, like, with respect to like something like a utilitarian framework. The thing that a lot of people mess up, or the thing like they get wrong about the framework, is that they'll look at a certain scenario and then go, well, if I can make an objective determination that this action is going to cause some sort of increase in utility, even if it has like some sort of temporary ickiness factor to it, or some sort of bad feeling. Whenever you're first making the determination of what action you need to do, like even under those sorts of circumstances, if you're objectively assessing the situation and understand that this was the necessary way it had to be for that preference with regard to the well-being of others, for utility's sake. If you're objectively assessing it, and then this was the only way it could have been that way, like if there was no alternative method in order to reach that maximizing of utility in the truest sense, then that action wasn't justified. And of course there's some levity that can be given in any sort of scenarios, but like this can be easily elucidated in two different ways. And after I say this, I'm going to land the plane.
But if I said consequentialist argument instead of utilitarian,
yeah, I mean, like a consequential, it depends on what framework they're working on, or whether they want to like maximize utility or minimize suffering or anything like that. But within a broader sense of the term of a utilitarian, like you have a scenario in which you can give this starving person a cookie, right, or like actually give him a meal, or you can make the starving person work for you and do like yard work, and then give them the meal, without saying, oh, well, the reason why this would actually be good for them because you're teaching the person something. Let's just stipulate inside of the hypothetical that the person that the homeless person you're giving food to isn't going to learn anything from this. It's just going to be something that you're making them do. From a utilitarian perspective, you're getting some utility out of them cleaning up your yard, but morally, it wasn't required for that goal to be met. It wasn't required for that utility to be maximized, that you make them suffer in sorts of ways to make them eat, or like in order to give them food to make them work for you.
But you can make the argument in both directions. It depends. So, for example, with respect to like for a person who's out of work, like why are they out of work? Like ultimately, if the person's out of work because or if the person doesn't have a job, it's because they've not been given any useful skills by the society in which they exist, because they're sort of like because of the class that they exist in, for example, or because they've fallen through the cracks in society. Then like the point is that in order, like if you were to, for example, enfranchise them into a trade and go, this is a quid pro quo, I'm going to feed you, I'm going to house you, but you're going to learn this skill, then obviously that is a skill that then they subsequently learn, and they when they eventually have kids of their own, they pass it on to their kids, and then you've broken this cycle of
that's why I was like, in that scenario, I was kind of like barring those sorts of examples, but I can demonstrate this in another way, where you have like there are people who bring up a bunch of thought experiments against utilitarianism, and the way I defend it, which I don't know if I would classify myself as a utilitarianist anymore. I'm still sympathetic to the view, but I'm still trying to identify exactly my what I believe there. But anyway, with the utilitarian approach, if they bring up a hypothetical where you have like 5 people who were going to do like really bad actions to someone in front of a camera, and this was actually going to be filmed and showed to millions and millions of people, and it would actually raise the utility, and then they asked something like, is this a moral action because it raised utility? And then I can clearly see like a problem with the scenario where I ask, was this a necessity in order for that maximization of utility to be met? And if they say yes, then it's trivial. It's trivial that if this was the only necessary way for the utility to be maximized, that you ought do this thing. This is exactly the same scenario as if you said you have to do very bad things to a grandma, or infinite amount of people for an infinite amount of time are suffering. Like in that scenario, if you say, is this the only way I could stop this from happening? And if you say yes, and it's like, well, then it's trivial, then you ought do this thing to the grandma to save an infinite amount of people from suffering. It's not a problem for utilitarian. Like that sort of scenario wouldn't be.
Yeah, they could justify all sorts of nuttiness from a utilitarian perspective, depending on how you form the argument. This is why I love my moral position. It's like, because I'm an emotivist, I can just say, well, because that just seems wrong to me. My emotions don't jive with that. Fuck you. I'm not going to do it.
Like if I'm arguing from a utilitarian perspective, I seen J Money, that was awesome. But if I'm arguing from a utilitarian perspective, they always try to bring up these weird reductios against the position. And sure, you could probably concoct a weird reductio, but any position, I'm telling you, any moral position, you could adopt a weird reductio against it. Every single one of them have them. Like you look at something like deontology that has its own little, like if you strictly are a strictly deontologist, that makes you have to commit to yourself to position where, like, if you had to lie to save 1 million people, you wouldn't do it because it would be an immoral action to do. That's obviously ridiculous. You look at the
deontological position signs you up to these basically the dogmatic positions in the same way as any prescriptive moral.
Yeah, they all have their own issues. So if someone brings that up against an issue against a utilitarian, I mean, it's very easy to demonstrate the ridiculousness of that phrase. I don't imagine anytime soon anybody being in a scenario where they felt the need that it was a requirement for them to do very bad things to a person in front of a camera and film it to a live audience that had, like, I'm glad we don't live in a world where that's a possibility or that seems likely. But even then, if you were subscribing to a utilitarian,
we were talking about Love Island earlier.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. But I'm saying if you're subscribed to a utilitarian approach, I think the approach that I just gave would be a better way. Whereas you're looking at, you're assessing all of the situation and you're going, I want to maximize utility. Which one has the higher likelihood of maximizing utility while minimizing the amount of disutility? It's like if you get to a point where you're feeling like you're needing to question whether you're gonna sexually assault or grape somebody because it's going to maximize utility by filming it and showing it to people. Like you just have to question, was this a necessity for my goal or my preference to be met? It wasn't. It wasn't a necessity. You could have done the same amount of maximizing utility without the need for the suffering. You didn't need
pain, etc. Yeah. And Defreak, I mean, obviously, I realize we went down this rabbit hole based on a question that you asked me, but like, do you see any particular problem with like my preference to not engage in what I would perceive to be a crime against humanity in order to mitigate some like potential problem in the future?
Okay, so first of all, yes, this is a hypothetical, the whole thing, right?
Yeah, of course.
So you mentioned honor, like for honor's sake, that you would, protect the weak or whatever, and also you said you would do that because you wouldn't be able to sleep or live with yourself or something along that line. And so I'm just wondering, what obligation to what is generating that sense of not being able to live with yourself or that anxiety? Like, what is it and where's it coming from?
Pretty sure it's God.
Well,
right?
It's God. I mean, definitely God.
You can make that claim, but that is just a bold-faced claim. Who do I think I'm accountable to? Ultimately, I think I'm accountable to myself, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I'm perfectly prepared to hold myself accountable. But the other thing as well is it's like people seem to get they seem to take worth in how they're viewed in the eyes of others, and for me at least, the two people or the people who are most important to me, or the way people see me, in the few areas where I will export my self-worth onto other people, is my mother and father, my kids, and my wife.
Well, John, you would agree. You would agree
I'm not saying that it came from God. I'm not saying that it was from God.
I know, but hold on, John. You would agree that you follow some sort of hypothetical imperative that if there's some sort of obligation, which is just saying that you have some sort of that you're obligated to do it, is just to say that you have a moral duty to do it. Well, your moral duty is grounded inside of your preference with regard to the well-being of others. So you do, so it's a goal that you have, like you have some sort of end goal with regard to the well-being of others that you want to see out, and your obligation is tied to the necessity of you reaching that goal. If that goal is to be met, you ought to do the things that are necessary for that goal to be met.
Yeah, of course.
That's all.
I'm not saying that it's coming from God.
No, if you were listening,
you guys said that when I asked them the question. So
if you were listening to what I just said, it would have answered your question. Your question would have already been answered.
Okay, I get it, but it's not getting to the point that I'm trying to get to, or the question that I'm trying to ask.
You said that he has this moral obligation, and the question that you asked was, why do you have it, and where does it come from?
Yeah, and it comes from me. It's internal to me.
And those both answers are question, or both questions are answers.
But you're not coming to the right conclusion. The right conclusion is that it's God. Don't you know that, Josie Isle?
My bad.
I'm not asserting that. That. I'm trying to find out. Okay, so let's just say in that scenario, it would be socially unacceptable for you to have the empathy for those enemy soldiers, and wiping them out would be the best alternative according to the group.
I would probably still have the same moral sense of duty. I would just probably keep it to myself.
But also, we're all a product of our culture and of our environment, right?
Yeah, like if all of society today just snapped its finger and decided, hey, you know what? Grape is actually pretty cool. I'm still going to be sitting here being like, no, grape is not cool. But if it came at the risk of me being graped myself, I would probably keep it to myself.
So if there's no there's no social problem or persecution or judgment, and there's no godly judgment because you don't believe in God, why in the heck would there be any anxiety in the first place? Is that just an assumption?
What are you talking about? Anxiety?
Right.
The feeling bad for whatever.
He's saying he feels bad because it doesn't meet. Like, look, if he looked inside of the mirror, right, and he looked at his body, or I looked at my body, or like, and I was looking at it, and I seen it, and I was like, damn, I really want to be fit. It's this personal sense inside of myself that I want to reach this goal with regard to my fitness. And so if I go and do the things necessary in order for that goal to be met, and then I become fit, guess what? I feel achieved. It makes me feel good. When I'm not achieving that goal, it actually makes me feel bad. I feel bad about myself. I feel bad about the things that I'm not achieving. And I feel like John would probably feel the same exact way whenever he sees somebody having something done horribly wrong to them. And he feels like a moral obligation to stop that.
Yeah, but what was it? It was we were out. We did this thing in the UK. I don't know if it probably is the same in the US, where it's called wetting the baby's head, where after like a baby's born, usually within a few weeks or months of the baby being born, you'll go out with your friends and you have some beers. Basically, it's a social event, it's a party, and it used to happen like after like a christening or something. Yeah, but me and a couple of mates, we were on the way back from the pub. We'd all, like, family and everything had left, and it turned into a bit of a lads' night out afterwards, and we'd all got a bit drunkard. And we were coming back from the pub, and there's this guy in this park in the town in which I live called Top Park, and he wasn't physically assaulting his girlfriend. He wasn't beating her, but he was getting all up in her face and shouting at her and screaming at her and being really like verbally abusive and stuff.
And John walked up and fucking triple backflip kicked him in the forehead.
Well, no, we just, like, the three of us just, like, walked up to him and just peeled him off her and pinned him on the ground. Went, "Are you fucking nuts, mate? You think?"
Oh, I thought you were gonna be like, "Hi, mate, what's going on over here?"
But basically, we just peeled him off her and said, "Calm the fuck down."
Yeah.
But it was like I couldn't have walked past that, because the problem is and again, like, in my head, I was thinking, if we walk past this because it's not our problem, it's not our business, that kind of attitude. Like, when I sober up tomorrow morning and I open the morning newspaper, am I going to see like a news article about some poor girl that was beaten to death in this park?
Look, I can describe the feeling exactly to you, which I'm sure you could probably agree to freak that you've had similar feelings like this before. Imagine like you're walking on the counter, like you're walking by the counter, and then you smell like a really tasty smell of pizza. There's nothing inside of you that is telling you to feel like you want to eat that pizza, or your taste buds watering, or like you're feeling all of the senses inside of your body that makes you really go, damn, I want a piece of that pizza. It's that same exact instinctual feeling that you cannot stop yourself from feeling whenever, like me, for example, if I see something like that happening, whenever I'm seeing it unfold, it gives me that feeling. Like, it gives me the feeling akin to being hungry for pizza. It's like I can't stop myself but feeling like I don't want that to happen. Like, I don't want that to be happening.
Well, it's like
the thing is, you guys are bringing up scenarios that don't go against the social the social norm or the social expectation, right? So if it does, like in the case with the soldiers or whatever, why do you still assume that you would have any restless nights because of it? I don't understand where that's coming from.
Well, like, if I'd been like bathed in sociopathy, would I, like, if every aspect of my life was built around? But I mean, the indoctrination is nothing new. Like, I mean, it's from the Spartans all the way up to modern day soldiers who are taught to think of all of their combatants as bags of straw. This disassociation that we have with humanity, with humans that are conceptualized as an enemy. The problem is, my modern conception of what an enemy is not women and children.
Yeah, right? And again, if he was laying on his bed feeling guilty, or if he was having some sort of remorse or anxiety, the reason why he would feel like that is because of his preferences. There are preferences that are built up from when he was born through all of his experiences that shaped the person that he is, that caused him to feel a particular way towards a particular amount of people.
And given the thing is, like, you're thinking about this from the perspective of like a moral objectivism, which my morals are not based on objective. Like it's not objective. It is not stance. It's not stance independent. It's stance dependent. And what forms my stance is the culture in which I was raised. It's all of the antecedent facts that ended up with me being the person that I am.
Like, who knows? If I was born 3 hours away from where I was originally born, I could entirely today be a fucking racist. Like, I could be like a true asshole, like terrible person.
Look, there were guards. There were guards at Auschwitz who, as the noose was being tied around their neck, they were completely confused. They didn't understand what they'd done wrong.
But this is what you would entirely expect. I want to make it clear. You would entirely expect this under an atheistic worldview. You would entirely expect this without there being any God, because not only are your preferences with regard to other people motivated and changed by where you're at, but also your religious beliefs do as well.
Let me bring up another scenario. If someone broke into your house and you had the means to, bleat them or whatever to protect your family or whatever, would you feel that anxiety after that, or are we just assuming? I want to say,
John, before you answer, I want to give a quick answer myself, because like, I think the thing that he's saying here is like he's trying to identify what inside of us would cause us to feel some sort of like bad for the person that if we were obligated or felt some sort of obligation to do, because like you can DeFreak, you can understand that, like, let's say someone did hop up in my house and I had a gun on me and then I took them out and they were dead. The more that I thought about that situation and the more I learned about that person, and this is just me as a person, even though I felt like I could be justified in taking them out to save my family, I could feel bad about the upbringing in the where this person have come from to bring himself to make that decision to where I had to put him down. Like, I can still feel like bad for him for me having to do that to him.
Well, I had this discussion. I had this discussion not that long ago, DeFreak, and I'll lay out a couple of potential scenarios. So, for example, obviously it's different in the United Kingdom because we whilst I'm a licensed firearm holder, we don't have firearms in the UK in the same way as we do in the US, and self-defense laws are much different. So people's attitudes towards self-defense.
Carry around claymores and fucking
claymores are cool.
Yeah, claymores.
So with there's nothing like a couple of pounds of steel ball bearings coming at you at faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what you guys. That's what you guys carry around. Just big. I just imagine you guys carry around big ass swords and,
Yeah, basically a directional shrapnel bomb.
Oh, I thought you. Did you mean the Claymore the sword or Claymore the mine?
Oh, the sword.
Oh, I was thinking the mine.
What? I was thinking about the sword. I was thinking about.
I was like, that's brutal.
Well, I don't have a clay. Like, I've got next to my umbrella in the umbrella stand, just a fucking broadsword.
Yeah, that's what I imagine you'd have, like a fucking broadsword or like a great sword or something.
No, I've got a mine here. Oh.
You've got your fencing equipment.
No. I'll quickly show you. Where's my camera?
So I think basically, what I'm trying to ask is if the social norms and if there's no judgment, there's no opposition socially or within your family, or you're not perceived as being weak as a man, then why is there any sort of anxiety towards what you had to do? Maybe it was even a rite of passage if you're like in an army or something.
Bro,
I don't know.
This is my day-to-day, Karen.
Damn.
So DeFreak, what you're missing is that we all grew up in like a society, and our morals are informed by that society. Like, I could not, growing up in the society I have the values that I have. I could not go to I could probably not survive in, say, an Anglo-Saxon society from the 900s, where honor culture was what they used, and like you could just kill a man as long as you had the money to pay for it, for the Were Guild. Like,
that is obviously a bit different, isn't it? I mean, again, the moral standards, the moral compasses that we have right now, and I think that's why DeFreak coached it with respect.
I think what DeFreak is trying to do is say, irrespective if society went away, if there was no standard of society that was going to blame you or hold you accountable, why would you feel some sort of guilt if that wasn't there and you had to do what you had to do?
Well, because
right,
I've
any
grown
sort
up
of judgment.
Because I've grown up in this society. I have these morals. They are now part of me. They weren't. It wasn't necessarily that they would become part of me, but now they are.
Well, and you are a product of your environment. We're not blank slates. We're not tabula rasa, but we are both. The nature nurture argument is an ancient sociological argument. It is like we're a product of both. We're a product of our nature, and we're a product of our nurture.
It's very much realistic that if we weren't.
Anybody who claims it's all one or all of the other isn't fucking paying attention.
Yeah, if we weren't built up, if we weren't,
just an assumption.
Hold on, if we weren't born in a society, it's very possible that the morality that make up like John or I's body might not actually be there, and we actually might be extremely shitty persons, like extremely shitty people. Like we probably if we were born, like if I was born into an entirely different family on totally different circumstances, it's very much like possible that I could be a murderer. That and this is the same for you as well.
Yeah, it's the same for everybody. It's the Auschwitz guard scenario. Like if you'd lived that person's life, despite the fact that we're not blank slates and we do have serious biological drivers, if your circumstances, if your life circumstances had mirrored theirs, you would have been that person. The only reason that we sit on a moral high horse judging that person from our position is because our position is our position and their position is theirs. And it's just by virtue.
And they might have the same principles as John or I. Yeah. Like they might be appealing to the same exact principles we are. They're just looking at it from an entire different angle and have some sort of justification for the harm that they're causing.
But also what DeFreak was asking earlier, like, if somebody broke into your house and you were forced to act in order to protect your family, like the scenarios that I was discussing in this previous discussion were, okay, let's say, like if so in the UK, so I'm 6'1", I'm just under 200 pounds, so I weigh 82 kilos. So I work in the trades. I used to teach. So I was a purple belt in jiu-jitsu and I black belt as a 5th dan in Tang Sudo, all of which is very much in my rearview mirror, but those skills don't go away. They're still there, despite the fact that I don't currently train. So on balance, if some lunatic breaks into my house in a one-on-one conflict, I'm probably going to get the better of you. The point is...
You not feel bad about it?
Well, it depends. So if a kid broke into my house and they were making a beeline for the kitchen and they were just going to steal a loaf of bread and a can of Coke,
you might not put a 45 to their head and pull the fucking triggers.
And I snapped his neck, and I find out about that after the fact. Am I going to feel bad about it, despite the fact that he broke into my house? Absolutely. Now, if the same kid broke into my house because it turns out that he was being put up to it by an adult and the reason that he was there was to do something heinous to my wife and kids, would I feel bad about it? Yes, because I consider that kid in part to be a victim. Now, if a fully grown adult under his own recognizance decided that he was going to break into my house, wasn't making a beeline for the kitchen and was heading straight up the stairs towards my wife and kid, and he put me in a position that forced me to act that ended his life, no, I wouldn't feel bad about it at all.
Okay, I got another hypothetical based in a real situation. So you're a German soldier, World War II, and Adolf breaks the peace treaty with the UK. Do you what do you call it? When they vacate where they leave, DOA or whatever. I can't remember what it's called, but they go AWOL or whatever. Or do you stay?
What you mean if the British government allied with Nazis?
If you were a German soldier and Adolf just broke the peace treaty with the UK,
I don't know what this question is trying to do, because all you're saying is like, hey, if you had entirely different preferences and you were an entirely different person, would you be believing other things other than what you believe right now? Yes.
If your life circumstances were entirely
hypothetical,
he's basically asking something like, if you had entirely different tastes, is it possible that you could like the taste of your own shit?
Well, no, because this is actually something that actually happened in reality, right?
No, but exactly what I'm saying could happen in reality. There are people who like to eat their own shit and like the taste of their own shit. And what you're asking John is if it's a possibility that his preferences and the things that he likes could be entirely different if he was born in an entirely different body.
Well, despite the fact that I think the German population during the Second World War were heavily indoctrinated. They were heavily politicized. There was a huge amount of propaganda that was directed at them. And the thing is, like the UK, we had huge prisoner of war camps. The British and the American soldiery that were captured on the continent, escape attempts were a daily occurrence. It happened all the time. Escape, because they wanted to get back to the fight. The Germans that were captured and that were housed in camps in the United Kingdom, in England, almost no escape attempts. They hardly attempted to escape at all. Continent. And I think it's because daily occurrence. They knew deep down in their hearts, in like, I don't believe that a soul exists, but if a soul existed, I think they knew in their soul that the thing that they were doing was fucking wrong. Whereas the English and the Americans, they knew that their cause was just, which was why that they were fucking escaping left, right, and centre, because they had that. And there's something about that. There's something numinous. There's something more there.
Okay, so when he breaks the peace treaty with the Russians, do you desert at that point?
No, of course not.
If you're a German soldier?
Oh, if I'm a German soldier.
Look, even if you say, man, I even if he were to say, man, I probably would have just hated all Jews and probably just like would have done all of this bad stuff, great people, whatever. What does this matter?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like you said earlier.
If
your preferences were different, would you have different preferences?
Your leader is basically insane. You know, do you leave after the first time he breaks the treaty or the second time, or at all?
What is okay? Why?
You know, you guys grew up with your morality, like, you know, and this is how you were raised in society, and you know, and this is what you know, and you're gonna do the right thing.
I don't understand the basis of the question. Like, why?
It doesn't. The fact is, the question is entirely like it's a red herring to what was being talked about earlier. And I guess now he kind of wanted to veer off and ask John like some other questions about something he said the other day. But I don't know where it's getting at.
That's all I have.
But with the question that you asked, a free question, like if I'm just wondering, German soldier,
if there's no judgment, right? And where is he getting that assumed anxiety from?
What do you mean assumed anxiety? It's not assumed. He's experiencing it.
In the hypothetical, of course, it's assumed.
Well,
he assumed it.
Well, he can put himself in a position that he might not have been in before, but he can imagine what it would be like, and he could have like some sort of notion about what he would tend to feel based off of stuff he's felt before.
Yeah,
so he's making an inference.
Whilst I've never actually killed a person, I have been in a position where I thought I had. Twice actually. One was I was driving down the road, and just at the corner of my eye, I saw blurry movement, and then all of a sudden the van I like bumped over, and I was like, "Fuck! What was that?" Screeched to like emergency stop, screeched to a halt. Jumped out the van, and some poor girl was holding a dog on one of those retractable leads, and the dog had just run out in the street. Literally, it didn't even go. It wasn't even the front wheel of the van that went over the dog. It was actually the rear wheel that went over the dog, because the dog just bolted between the wheels as I was driving past. I was only doing about 20 miles an hour. But until I got out of the van and saw it was a dog, I didn't know if that was a kid, a person. I had no fucking clue. I thought I'd killed a person. The most scary 15 to 20 seconds of my fucking life. The other time was when it was a martial arts competition. We were doing we used to do weekend seminars, and we'd get different martial arts clubs. We'd set up different rings for sparring, and some of them were amateurs, some of them were pretty competent fighters. And I had one. I was only in my mid-teens. I was 15 or 16 years old. and I was sparring with another Dan belt from another one of the clubs. Andy Powell was his name, and I went to do a roundhouse kick. I went to block it, missed it, and he stepped into it, and I fucking kicked him in the head, and he dropped like a sack of shit. I thought I'd killed him. He was in the back of the ambulance for about 20 minutes before he regained consciousness. I was sat in the corner fucking throwing up.
Did he have a lot of history of concussions?
I have no clue.
Or something, Eric Lindros or something. You could flick him in the head and he would pass out after a while.
Okay, anyway, I went to go pee.
This was not a light contact. Like I said, it wasn't.
Yeah. You got him good, huh?
Yeah, but the point, I guess the point that it was driving at is that he has experienced something that he thought was someone's death.
These aren't hypothetical emotions. I've experienced them.
And so he can take that an experience like that and then use those sorts of particulars inside of that experience and attach them to other things that you're presenting him as a like hypothetical, and then he's just applying them. He's applying those sorts of same feelings to things that he's felt before.
Right. So I know how John feels about the next thing I'll ask, but when Charlie Kirk died, how did you guys react?
I was entirely appalled. I was shocked, and I felt extremely disgusted, and it kind of pissed me off too.
Yeah, and there are some things Charlie Kirk had stated that I agree with. A big chunk of it I disagreed with. I mean, the fact that I'm a non-religious conservative in the UK, I had a degree of empathy for some of the positions that he had. Some of the stuff that he said, I was like, no, that doesn't jive with me at all.
Look, I don't give a shit.
The notion that based on this intellectual disagreement, some fucking asshole thought that the appropriate response was to punch a hole in his neck with a 30-06 round in front of his 3-year-old daughter.
Yeah, and not only that, in front of his wife and in front of the entire world.
Yeah, just
and like I remember when I seen it, I was woken up. My girlfriend had showed me it on her phone. Literally, it was on her news feed on Facebook, and she literally she's like, babe, look, and I had a phone shoved in my face, and I just watched his fucking neck explode.
But it's other stuff, like the same people who have been running around like whining and bitching about the lack of due process with respect to the Garcia, the illegal immigrant, the Garcia kid, right? But it's the same group of people that are whining about that are also the same group of people who are celebrating Mangione, the kid who shot the insurance industry guy in the back of the head.
Yeah. They're like praising him.
They're praising him. They're like, oh yeah, good job. Well, hang on, where was this guy's? Even if he was like some like capitalist shill who was guilty of fraud or whatever the case, like where was his?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the general public is always going to have like a terrible position on any sort of like major issue like that, especially if it becomes a moral conundrum, because it seems like the collective of the people of like in comment sections and stuff, they become very hive-minded and they start like virtue signaling, and then you have one person that takes like a really, really insane position to get clicks on the internet, and then you have wackos that see that and go, yeah, actually I agree with that, and so they're taking the same position and amplifying it even further, and then you get to people who are like, oh yeah, I'm glad that happened. I'm glad that it happened in front of his 2 daughters. I'm glad that he got shot.
Yeah,
whenever you could take any one of their top dogs in terms of their like the mouthpieces that they got, the people who are like out front and center, and you say, how would you feel if that person got the same treatment as Charlie Kirk? Obviously they wouldn't want it, but they wouldn't engage with a hypothetical like that. They would go, oh well, that would never happen because he doesn't preach the terrible, awful stuff that Charlie Kirk preaches.
I'm just gonna mute myself for a minute. My mum's at the front door.
Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, I mean, like it's these, like I don't think anybody, especially for somebody giving their freedom of speech, I don't think that it warrants a bullet. Like I understand that in situations where someone's language can be violent and it actually incites people and incites things like if it's like a perceived threat or something like that. But what Charlie Kirk was doing was saying his beliefs might be a little bit clickbaity. A lot of the stuff that he said might have been very inflammatory, but I still don't think it justifies someone killing him. Like, I definitely don't.
You're German or part German, aren't you?
I'm what?
Are you part German?
Me? Don't know.
You mentioned that or something, but okay.
I'm French.
Same scenario for you though. Do you think that, let's just say you're a 20-year-old, German soldier, and Adolf just broke the treaty with the UK, and do you think you would have the guts to desert and leave your post?
Me?
Or did you hang in there? Yeah.
Oh, would I desert and leave my post? I mean, I don't know, probably not. I don't know. Depending on the amount.
I probably wouldn't either.
Yeah. But what does that matter?
Well, I mean, you break one peace treaty and maybe you're not insane, but you break two and you're definitely insane, right? So
I don't think that follows.
What's that?
I said I don't think that follows.
You don't think that follows? Like, I think it follows.
I don't even know where he's going with this.
Person breaks two peace treaties.
Yeah, I don't even know where he's going.
Like, you always want to do the right thing or whatever, but when you break a peace treaty and you're at war, do you go along with the crowd still and hang in there, or do you find the strength and go against the grain and go against the norm and stick with your principles and lead? Or do you wait until something else happens?
I don't know what, like, I don't know where this is. No, I'm saying I don't know where this is going. Like, you're just going, if there was a really bad thing happening and you had to go against your own principles, do you think that you would have the strength to hold up your principles, or would you go against your principles? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
right. I mean, it depends on the scenario. There's probably is going to be like, for example, let's say I felt a moral obligation to help my friend be successful in his career. I felt a strong preference for that, and I wanted to see that happen. Now let's say in order for me to do that, I have to have my toes stepped on. If that was the case, yeah, that's totally fine. I have no problem, even though it goes against my preferences or what I want. I'm probably would be fine with doing that. But if I had to be doused in gasoline and set on fire, yeah, my friend can go, handle his own career. I'm not getting set on fire. So there are going to be thresholds in which whatever principles.
That's pretty selfish of you.
Right. Yeah. That is selfish of me, right? I don't think my friend would want me to set myself on fire for his dreams either. And if he does, I don't think I'm going to consider that person a friend. But anyway, yeah, no, there are going to be thresholds in which my principles of my preferences with regard to the well-being of others, like there's going to be thresholds in which those principles are going to be overridden by my own personal values. But that's true with you too, like if God told you, like there was a commandment that God told you that you ought not do, if faced with a hypothetical of you better do the thing, or there was going to be an infinite amount of people who suffer, I think you would probably opt for the thing that God told you not to do. So it's no different.
I mean, according to the Quran, he doesn't order immorality, so I wouldn't expect that to happen.
Well, of course, if God told you not to lie, but lying would save like an infinite amount of people, I think you would probably agree. Then you ought save a million amount of people, or an infinite amount of people, if the only way you had to, or the way to stop it is by lying.
Yeah, I mean, we see in the Bible where Paul says that, like, even if you are in company of pagans and they bless their food in the name of some other gods, like, you can still eat and hang out with them, like, or whatever, and eat the food, but you're not supposed to worship those gods. That's all. Like, you don't have to make a big deal about it. So yeah, you can just lie, I guess, relate in that way. If it's going to save millions of people, or if it's going to keep the peace at a meal, why not?
Yeah, I would like to see. Have you ever contended with the logical problem of evil?
I think I have, but it's always the JL begging the question.
Yeah,
I think
I won't do
doesn't
that with
apply,
you.
but
I'm not like, I do interrupt, but the only reason why I do that is whenever I see like the person is like either going all over the place or not answering the question or trying to dodge. But the only thing the logical problem of evil is stating is that if God is all good, if your conception of God is that he is benevolent, he is all good, he's all powerful, and he's all knowing. That means he knows every time an evil action takes place, it does not reach outside of his purview of knowledge. He knows when it happens. If he's all powerful, he has the ability to stop all evil. He has that ability. It's not taken away from him. And if he's all good, he would be the type of being that would be opposed to evil. He would be the type of being that would be opposed to evil existing. If he's all powerful, he is entirely efficacious, meaning his will cannot fail in his aim to get his will. If he could fail, then he's not all powerful because it's an aim that he has, and it would be something that he would want to stop. And yeah, based off of all of those attributes and those reasonings, it's a logical contradiction for God to have all of those attributes and also evil exist. That was kind of like a roundabout. I should have done premise conclusion, but I mean, I think that explained it all.
that's fine. That would make sense, but the all-knowing part gets in the way there.
Okay, so I'm gonna just delete everything that I had with Uranus. Actually, I'll keep it, but I'll just go down here. All right. So with the logical problem of evil, you're saying knowing what? The all-knowing?
Right. So for full knowledge's sake, and for justice sake, evil exists after they ate the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Hold on. Let's do it like this. Let me write this out. God's attributes, all-knowing. Actually, I'll just do omniscient. Actually, I'll just do all-knowing. Knows all evil, all good, would be opposed to all evil, all powerful, can stop all evil. Okay. And based off of all of those attributes, it's a logical contradiction. That evil exists.
If evil didn't exist, he wouldn't be all-knowing.
Hold on. This is the argument. Okay. You said he would wait if evil didn't exist, he wouldn't be all-knowing?
Right.
How is that the case? And actually, I don't. Yeah, wait a minute. You're saying that that still doesn't contend with the argument. That still doesn't contend like that. This is not contradictory because all you're just introducing is like, yeah, all of those are logically contradictory. So if evil didn't exist, he wouldn't be all-knowing. That doesn't answer the contradiction.
All right, so which contradiction?
That all of these attributes cannot be true at the same time, and then also evil exist. We can go through it. I can go through each one of them and then show you why.
If evil didn't exist, then how could he be all-knowing?
Well, evil is just what you ought not do, right?
I mean, yeah, it's an intent. It's ill intent.
Okay, so anything that is evil is a thing that ought not be done.
Okay.
Ought not.
They ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
What ought not be done? Okay, Does God permit anything? Here, I'll write this out. Does God permit anything?
Well, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Does God know counterfactuals?
Oh, that's a good question.
God knows everything.
He knows everything, so he does know counterfactuals.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
if he says this is true, then that means that God also knows, because knowledge is defined as justified true belief. You would just be saying that God would have like some sort, also have like a justified, what would that be, like true false belief?
Well, a counterfact. I mean, you would know that it's a counterfactual, but he would, if evil didn't exist, God could still know everything. He could know evil, what evil is, and that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Except they ate the fruit, though.
Look, okay, wait. Look, yeah, look, does God permit anything? Is everything that God permits for a greater good?
Eventually, yes.
Yes. Okay, for a greater good. Okay. So God is permitting Adam and Eve from eating from the tree, or actually we'll just say God permits Hitler to do what he did for a greater good. He permitted it for, like, he allowed this evil thing to happen for a greater good.
Can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Oh, that was the end of your statement?
Yeah.
I was looking at the YouTube channel. You were still talking.
No, oh, well.
But, okay, so
I'm just saying.
That was the end of your statement?
Is everything that God permits for a greater good? You said yes. And I said, well, what Hitler did, I'm not going to say like exactly, but what Hitler did, God permitted that in virtue of a greater good.
Yeah.
God permitted what Hitler did for a greater good. Was it necessary for a greater good?
I think so. It's prophesied in Ezekiel 37.
Okay, so if it was necessary for a greater good, what if God only permits things that are necessary for a greater good? If a thing was necessary,
I don't know about that.
What we just said, that God permits every. I asked you, is everything that God permits for a greater good? You said yes. God permitted what Hitler did was for a greater good.
You said necessarily though the second time.
What? So everything that is everything that God permits necessary for a greater good?
Can we scroll back up a bit?
Hold on. I'm just running.
Eventually, when evil is discarded, it'll appear that way. It'll be that way. But now, we can't see that.
Right, but like God, even by the Bible standard, everything that God permits is necessary for a greater good. God is not going to permit something that wasn't necessary for a greater good. Correct?
I can't really answer that because,
like God can't do evil.
Well, the way to rationalize this, you'd say all knowing knows all evil, all good, would be opposed to all unnecessary evil, all powerful.
Well, he would actually be able, even unnecessary evil. That's a little bit like the definitions there would kind of tie in together, because evil is what ought not be done. So if there was anything that you ought not be done, it would be entirely unnecessary. Like it would be unnecessary for a goal to be met.
It would be a way of resolving out the problem with things like the non-agential suffering. So, for example, like when like evils exist within the world, or suffering exists within the world. Like, for example, a tree falling on a deer in the woods has nothing to do with human agency, so it's unnecessary.
Yeah, I guess that would fall like more like in line with like a evidential. But like I'm taking evil to be anything that like so. The logical problem of evil is just an internal critique on a theist point of view. So whatever conception of evil that De Freak is working with, we could just go with that. So he would be opposed to all evil, even like the unnecessary ones, like a tree falling on a deer or anything like that. He would be opposed to that because he's all good. And then you said, wait, hold on. You said, and I asked you, is everything that God permits necessary for a greater good? When I said, is God everything God permits for a greater good? You said yes, and now you're a little bit hesitant to say that it wasn't necessary for a greater good.
However you worded it, it sounded like the intent of God was to cause unnecessary suffering or whatever. So
well, I mean, if God permitted it, seemingly it would be necessary for some sort of greater good, or he would have no reason to permit it.
Well,
why would he permit something that was unnecessary for a greater good?
In order for humanity to be able to fight evil, you have to give the opportunity for evil to exist.
To do a thing that was to let a bad thing. Hold on. To let a bad thing happen that was not necessary for a greater good is a thing that a bad being would do. There is a thing that an evil being would do. Like imagine Superman, for example. Imagine Superman watched 3 armed dudes walk into a school with a bunch of AR-15s, and he sat on the sidelines. He's faster than light. He could just instantly go in and stop them immediately. He sees it happening well in advance. Now imagine he watched these things happen and crossed his arms and just said, I'm just going to let this thing happen. I'm just going to let this play out. We would look at Superman like he was an utter piece of shit. We would look like, why did you allow this to happen? Now, if he had a reason and he said, well, me not intervening was actually necessary for a greater good, and that greater good was actually demonstrated, we might not have that same view on Superman, because him not going in was necessary for a greater good. This is the same thing with God. Everything God permits, it would be necessary. He would permit 3 people going inside of a school and shooting it up. He would permit that from happening because it was necessary for a greater good.
Okay, but you're attributing that evil or that necessary bad, I guess you could say, to his agency, to his will, where you have other agents that are being judged.
He's permitting it. That's all I'm saying. The only thing he's not intervening.
Right.
And why is he not intervening?
Because other agencies are being judged.
Yeah, like he's not permitting because it's necessary for a greater good. I mean, he's not intervening because like they're doing it for a yeah. And if God is permitting things to do, if God is permitting these things and they're necessary for a greater good, how are they evil?
Well, I guess the question is, like, would it be trivial or non-trivial for God?
The individual agents that are doing the evil with the evil intent is the evil.
Wait, but that evil was necessary for a greater good.
Well, everything had to be witnessed, right? It doesn't mean that the witness is guilty of a crime or something.
Wait, but like,
especially when there's other agencies involved.
This evil act was necessary. It was necessary for a greater good. What is if something was necessary for a greater good? How does that make that thing evil? Because seemingly it would be an action that was entirely unnecessary that we would call an evil action. That doesn't have any justification.
If other agents are causing that evil or whatever, God can make that into a greater good. That doesn't mean that he caused that or that he intended that.
I'm not saying he caused that or intended that. I'm saying he'd seen it happen, knew it was going to happen, and did not intervene because it was necessary for a greater good. So how is it?
Yeah, if it was necessary, I agree with you now.
If it was necessary for a greater good, how is it evil? It's all part of the plan.
It's because the intent of the individual agent was the evil part.
And how was it evil if it was necessary for? Okay, but if there is a thing, you would agree if you're doing something that was necessary for a greater good, you're not doing an evil act, you're doing a good act, right?
Only from God's perspective.
No, let's say from God's perspective, sure.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah,
clarifying question. So, with respect to a greater good, even though you could perform an evil act with respect to achieving a greater good, does that mean that the act in and of itself, that act, if you isolate it, is not evil?
Yeah,
so, for example,
it would be a thing on its face, prima facie, it would be a thing on its face was evil, but all things considered, it was actually justified.
Well, yeah, but this is the thing, just because something's justified doesn't mean that it's not evil, right?
Well,
Evil
justified
sequel.
with respect to whatever notion of good that they're appealing to. So
I'm not. I'm thinking of like like a soldier, like a sniper or something, and you've got like the greater good here is the soldier serving his nation and is in defense of his nation. But the thing that the soldier is forced to do is to shoot a combatant, but in this case the combatant is like a 10-year-old kid who, at the behest of his religious nutbag parents, is running towards like soldiers with a pin in a grenade pulled. It is an evil thing for a an adult trained soldier to shoot a child.
Yeah, but these are conceptions of evil these are conceptions of evil that an atheist and a theist can agree on. But the logical problem of evil is just simply an internal critique that is I wouldn't say weaponizing, but is kind of like showing the inconsistencies in the logic and whatever notion of evil that DeFreak would be working under, even if it's something like the privation of evil is the privation of good, things of that nature. Like those can be worked with. Like those notions of evil are entirely encompassing inside of this argument. That's why I don't appeal to my own standard of evil. I just appeal to like, look, we can easily say that there are things that on its face would be evil.
Well, I mean,
would appear to be evil.
I appeal to my own standard of what I think is ethical. So why can't I appeal to my own standard of evil, even when we're talking about the problem of evil?
You can appeal to it, but with respect to the logical problem of evil, the appeal that is being made there is to whatever notion of evil the Christian is holding, or the theist is holding.
As an internal critique.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So like whenever, like I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I entirely understood what you were trying to say. All I'm trying to say is the more that we start appealing to our own frameworks and going, yeah, this is what I appealed or I see evil to be, the less linear I feel like the conversation goes. And I feel like DeFreak, it's kind of gonna go like this, and it's like I got him on these tracks, and I want to see this out through the end.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. So all I was trying to demonstrate to him is that if something was necessary for the greater good, if there was something that you needed to do that on its face looked evil, but all things considered was actually good because it was necessary for a greater good, then I see no reason why the action would be evil. Like, another good example is this: we could all agree that hurting children is wrong. Like, we could all say, like, yeah, like hurting a child would be an evil act. But let's say that it required some medicine. It needed some medicine to actually survive and live a long, healthy life. Then grabbing a needle and administering some sort of medication to the child through a needle, even if it caused some sort of harm to the child, was actually good because I saved their life. And it was the only necessary.
Childhood leukemia, it could even be conceptualized as long-term child abuse, because you're giving them chemotherapy for months. It's horrible, but it's necessary.
I'm saying in that scenario, it's if there was no alternative to give them the medicine without causing them that pain, it was actually good. So on its face, you could say hurting children is bad, but if it was necessary for a greater good, it was actually a good thing. This is the same thing with God.
I think it's I think that it is a unrealistic perspective to even really, unless you're thinking of it from God's perspective, right? Or all these individuals that are doing their different things are doing it from their own perspective. They're not thinking about the God perspective. So their intent and their heart is what matters for the judgment that you're talking about.
Yeah, but God knows
the ultimate good that happens later. The ultimate good that happens later after the evil, from God's perspective, is true. But that doesn't have anything to do with the individual agents that are going to be judged for what they did.
If you agree an action that is necessary for a greater good is not an evil action, it was actually a good action, then any of these actions that God is permitting, like he's permitting it for a greater good. Meaning, if you believe that evil is what ought not be done, and God, for some sort of grander purpose, God is permitting it to happen because he says it ought be done because it's necessary for his greater good. If it ought not be done, then that's just to say that God doesn't want it to happen.
Well, can I ask?
What you're doing is you're proving that God is just.
God is just.
Can I ask a question here, Defreak, with respect to how this argument's laid out? So we've got all known, all good, all powerful. So let's take like the Christian God off the table for a second, and let's just say that there's some kind of entity that creates a universe with sentient life in it, and that entity is all knowing and all powerful, and in this universe, evil exists. If we've got the attribute of all-knowing and all-powerful, and we know that evil exists within this universe, is this very powerful or all-powerful entity assenting or like giving permission for evil to exist?
He created the evil, so obviously, it exists.
So he created it
right?
for what purpose? For a greater good?
Yeah, but then with respect to a god, the second that you introduce the all-good part would be opposed to all evil, but evil still exists in the universe.
Also, I want to be clear, when you say God is just, you were just restating all good. Like that you're just saying that saying God is just is all just or perfectly just is just to say that God is all good. Just want to point that out. Because ZHD or ZMD, whatever his name is, tried the same argument where he didn't want to say that God was all good. God was just all just. That doesn't work either.
The thing is, the scenario that you're setting up is the same scenario that that Lucifer put God in when he started to dabble into the darkness and dabble into the evil and got hooked in, and then submitted a alternative means of governing the universe, which was the law of good and evil, right? So the argument was, if God doesn't let this govern the universe, then he's actually a tyrant and not just. So the fact that evil exists proves that God is just.
No, actually, what I'm saying is like, I'm not even going to deny to you. Like, let's say that God has some sort of like you're saying that God is all good. It's like, okay, let me grant that real quick. Let's just say, boom, right in my head, God is all good. He's also all powerful, and he's also all knowing. Whenever you do that, the conceptions that we just agreed upon earlier, where it was evil is what ought not be done, if an all good being would be opposed to all evil, there would be a clear contradiction in my belief if I actually believed that all of these were true and evil also existed, and there was such a thing as evil.
If evil didn't exist, then he wouldn't be all-knowing.
Why?
I mean, because there would be a void in his knowledge.
Evil wouldn't be a thing?
The knowledge wouldn't be there.
Well, God could have, actually, God could have the knowledge of evil, but just not instantiate it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier about counterfactuals.
Except when Eve was deceived and Adam ate the fruit too, then evil had to play out.
At one point, God is going to eliminate all evil, if I'm not mistaken, but God could still have a conception of evil while evil not existing. Because at one point, like, if you're saying that God had to instantiate evil for him to know what evil was, I don't think that that's actually a pretty bad argument coming from you, because you're saying that God is all knowing. So even prior, there would be no limit to his knowledge. So even prior to instantiating evil, he would still know what evil is.
That means he doesn't know what Zeus is.
Yeah, but you still have individual agents.
Wait,
you still have individual agents.
You said Zeus?
That are acting their own free will.
Or Spider-Man.
Or Spider-Man. Yeah, he doesn't know anything that's fictional. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm sure God has notions of things that are fictional that aren't actualized in reality. That could be actualized in reality.
But the thing is, if he only actualized it in his imagination, like you're saying, like it just conceptualized it like all the way through and had all that knowledge or whatever, it wouldn't be real to us. Right? So there wouldn't be any reference point. There wouldn't be any hard evidence.
Yeah, but there would still be. The problem is there would still be this contradiction that you have not resolved. Like, I mean, I'm showing.
I think that's.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Josiah.
No, go ahead.
I think that's your entire point. That like God could have the knowledge and not instantiate it. That's the logical problem of evil.
Yeah, I mean, like, God could have knowledge of evil, but not even allow evil to exist. I mean, there's going to be times. Actually, God has free will, and God cannot do evil. So there's no logical impossibility in free will existing and then not having the ability to, or having free will and not having the ability to do evil. And same thing like in the heaven argument. That's another thing where there are beings in heaven who are free. They have free will, but for some reason they don't choose to do evil. And most of the explanation that's given for that is because they just don't have the desire to. They can, but they don't have a desire to. And that just brings up another question. Why did not God create humans without the desire to commit evil? So, I mean,
so you've heard in the from the Bible, like, by 2 or more witnesses, a matter is established, right?
Okay.
So everything had to be witnessed.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. That makes sense. Josiah, do you believe God exists?
Nope.
I don't believe God exists. That's 2 witnesses. Therefore, God does not exist.
There you go. We attest to it.
We can get rid of the Muslim God if we get 2 witnesses.
Yeah, actually, it's funny. I just got done watching. I said this on Tacos.
Friends.
I just got done talking about this on Tacos channel a few hours ago. But I watched The Passion of the Christ tonight with my girlfriend, and there was a couple scenes that were getting me a little teary-eyed. Got me a little bit. So
the fact that we're actually talking about God, and even though you're denying him, that means that he still does exist.
He exists in my mind.
Your witness is false. Your witness is false, but you're bearing witness of the truth.
Watch out
Josiah, we were talking about Spider-Man a minute ago, so Spider-Man exists, right?
Yeah, we since we're talking about him and we're imagining him, Spider-Man has to exist.
Yeah.
Good one to free.
I mean, from a marketing, standpoint, sure.
Gotham City into my sat nav.
Marketing standpoint, is that how God exists too, from a marketing standpoint?
No, because Jesus Christ actually walked the earth.
Okay, but that doesn't get you to a God. Come on.
Well, did you know that I've actually been to Universal Studios and I met Spider-Man? I shook his hand, actually.
Damn. Wow. Next thing I hear, DeFreak is going to make an argument from insurance companies again.
What does he offer you?
What does Spider-Man offer me?
A blowjob. What does Jesus offer me?
Eternal life.
I don't know. That blowjob sounds pretty promising.
Yikes.
I mean, at least
sounds
if I got
like a snow job.
Look, no, actually, at least if I was propositioned with a blowjob, I would have reasons to believe I was actually going to get that blowjob. Whereas if I'm promised eternal life, I don't have much reasons to believe I'm actually going to get it. So,
I
mean, you have to believe in Jesus Christ.
I don't have to believe in Jesus Christ to believe that I'm going to get a blowjob.
With respect to the blowjob, which of the
you have to believe in the blowjobber.
Yeah, I gotta believe in the blowjobber that he can do a good job. Wait, I could have eternal blowjobs?
Yeah.
Fuck, I need to be a Christian stat. I didn't know you guys got down like that.
But I think the Muslims don't they?
We're updating our marketing scheme. How about that?
Oh shit, dude! I bet you if you told people that they were going to get free OnlyFans subscriptions, you would get a lot more Christians.
Interesting, yeah.
Well, with respect to Islam, they don't even limit you to one wife, let alone one orifice. I think it's all game over there.
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. Logical problem evil wins again, guys.
Hey John, when you said that you look like this Jason guy or whatever, and you came home from the party and you said that to your wife or whatever, what did she say? Because I didn't hear it coming over the speakers.
Oh, she rolled over and said, "I wish." So she
said, "I what?"
So this young American girl kept on saying that I look like Jason Statham. To which I do not think I look like Jason Statham. Jason Statham is a fucking Chad. He's a fucking unit. I definitely do not look like him. Regardless, we get home and I say to my wife, I'm sat in bed having just a drink before bedtime. watched Fit TV, and I go, "Do I look like Jason Statham?" And then she laughed out loud and said, "No." I went, "Night," and then rolled over and went, "I wish," under her breath.
I wish. Oh.
That's a punch to the gut.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear what you said there, so yeah, that's kind of funny though. That's kind of funny.
No, I've got a self-deprecating sense of humor. It's fine. I can live with it.
I'm surprised you didn't make fun of the American Girl. That's what I would have did.
But do you know what? I had an argument with my wife a few years ago where I made a statement which seems like a trivial statement. I said all relationships are compromises, right? Which I knew was a stupid thing to say. The second I said, and my wife immediately said, "So you settled for me then?" And I went,
well,
"No."
That is a good statement though. That like all relationships are compromises. Like they're like you're making compromises with other people to be engagement with them.
Well, the only way I dug myself out of this particular relationship hole was to say to my wife, "Okay, darling, so if I was to give you a magic wand and you could change anything about me, you would change nothing at all, because as far as you're concerned, I'm perfect in every way."
Utter.
Because if I'm not, then relationships are fucking compromised, right? And she like, I still didn't get any that night because obviously I boxed her into a logical corner. So I'm still fucking unhappy.
Yeah, compromise is a settlement of difference where each party gives up some of their original demands to reach a mutual agreement or find a middle ground.
Yeah.
You gotta, any relationship, it's like you're never gonna meet somebody that's exactly every single aspect of like there are going to be times where they like walk in your way, or they are some sort of obstacle. You know, it is a compromise.
The problem is that the concept of compromise in this discussion, the way my wife interpreted it at the time, which I think is, I'm not one of those people who ascribes like gender roles typically, but I do think this is a bit of a female thing to do. She immediately interpreted that in the worst possible way and determined that I've just ripped a chunk off of her ego or her self-worth. And I was like, no, that's not what I said. That's not what I meant.
Yeah, I definitely have to watch what I say around my girlfriend too, because like when I get on these topics, or like I'm on like my channel or Taco's channel or whatever, I'm very loose with my vocabulary. Like I'm around a bunch of guys, so I don't really care. Like,
well, I don't recommend you describe your wife as loose. That will go badly. So.
Yeah. But anyway, like around her, I definitely can't speak, like, because sometimes I'll say something very matter of factly and it sounds rude, but I'm really not trying to be rude. And she has like this attitude with me, and I'm like, what?
And in fairness, with Lib, like it did catch me off guard. She's pretty stoic. She's pretty robust. Like, given what she does as a neonatal nurse, you know, their sense of humor is the nurses, the nursing sense of humor, like that kind of group of people that deal with these epic peaks and troughs in the human condition, like absolute tragedy and total joy, and they deal with it on a day-to-day basis. They do have a really like robust sense of humor just to help deal with it. So I like my wife's like quite tough in that regard. So it was quite surprising for her to interpret it in that way. I wasn't expecting it. It did catch me off guard. So.
Is your girlfriend woke?
No.
Is your girlfriend woke?
No, she's like me. Like it's somewhere in this weird middle ground where it's like you can have some pretty woke positions, or like say some pretty woke stuff that seems very progressive, but then also like there are some things that would be considered pretty conservative by today's standards. But
well, it's like, I mean, in fairness, Jez, you and I seem to be pretty similar. Like, for example, you know, I don't have a problem with gay marriage from a secular point of view. Like, if two people love each other and they want to live together, and you know, they want the benefit, the fiscal and social benefits that come from like formalizing that union, don't have a problem with that. But you definitely shouldn't be dictating to religious institutions that they are required to marry same-sex couples if it doesn't jive with their dogma. You know, that's also like it's an independent.
I guess I can see that, because it's like, you know, to each their own from their own beliefs. It's like maybe they see those beliefs as like very animalistic and tribal, and they want to get rid of them because they feel like that it's going to have some sort of negative connotations down the road, which it may, you know, it actually may. They might have like some sort of justification for wanting to stop or wanting to get other churches and stuff to not have that sort of restriction. But at the same time, I can see some sort of principled reason in a religion as to reason why they would want to refrain from doing that.
Well, yeah, because if it forms a core part of their dogma, it's a core part of their dogma. You don't get to tell people that they don't believe what they believe, you know?
Yeah.
And it's a voluntary membership in an organization. You don't have to belong to it.
You don't have to go there, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And there are plenty of other churches who will be more than happy to marry you.
Precisely, and if there isn't one, fucking found one. It's not like it's not there's not another one thrown up every week.
Yeah. I would say another. Well, I was going to say a conservative. I'm trying to think something that's pretty conservative in my head. I don't know. I'm not very social. Yeah, I'm not social. I'm not a social justice warrior. Like I care much less about like my words affecting people when, you know, there are thousands of millions of kids every year that are starving way across the world, and you know they have much harder things, and like for somebody to try and limit my speech because I say something that might not be entirely PC, I don't really like that.
It's when people go, that's offensive. And like if I intended my words to offend you and you tell me that you're offended, then all that tells me is that I've successfully communicated.
Like,
and if you tell me that that's offensive and I didn't intend to offend you, then that's a fucking you problem.
Yeah, I mean, like if I like, let's say you have somebody that has a particular attribute about them, and I want to insult them, I'm probably going to, which I don't really play these games often anyway, but I mean, if I was going to, I would likely say something that I know that is going to hurt you. May not even be one of my beliefs, but in the moment, if I was like, okay, I know that this is something that would get under your skin, this is the thing I'm going to say because it has the perceived effect that I want. A lot of people seem to think that if like someone screams out something that's like an insult that is like racially motivated, or like you know, going against someone's homosexuality or like anything like that, that automatically makes them a racist. I mean, generally, I will say, generally, the people who are going to be throwing out those insults are probably going to be slightly racist or have something against those, but that doesn't necessitate it, you know?
When we exist in a world where a Netflix executive ended up being fired because in a meeting he didn't say the N word, he said the actual word. He didn't say the R word, he said the actual word.
Yeah, that's what happened at Papa John's.
Yeah, but the topic of the meeting was them discussing around policy, and for the sake of not being misunderstood, he just said the word, and then people in the meeting got offended and reported him. Now, guess what, people? When I'm not on the internet, when I'm speaking to people interpersonally, I don't say the R word, I don't say the N word, I just say the fucking word.
Yeah, I'm not it's not like YouTube seems to be pretty lax about. You know, like I know Tacos is very strict about it because he's on he's on his toes when it comes to YouTube. But for my channel,
especially with demonetization, which seems totally nuts.
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely not going to say something like the N word, but like I have no problem with saying retarded or calling someone retarded. I actually did it the other day whenever I was debating Dak on Taco Stream. I said, "Dude, you are fucking retarded." I think
as long as you don't spam it, I think it's fine.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I think some things which are definitely like immediate no-nos.
In the social zeitgeist, there was a time in which the R word was definitely like one of the big no-nos, but now it's starting to come back. You know, people are starting
in the US
to
as well. Like in the UK, it doesn't in the same way as the F word. Like in the UK, we didn't care that word just get bandied about all over the place.
Yeah, it
like
used to here.
Most Brits look at people like, you know, if you say, "Oh my god, that's so gay," as a pejorative. In the UK, like everybody says, "Oh my god, that's so gay." So,
yeah, I that's another thing I don't care much about, like calling something gay. Sometimes I think that because it's so simple and it's a thing that we used to say so loosely, like way back in the early 2000s or 2010s or whatever. I think it's funny sometimes to reference it in a conversation, like you just randomly be like, "Damn, that's gay."
Before anybody corrects me, that's not to say that there aren't some tuna oil selling new ages amongst us in the UK. There are some people that will get their panties in a bunch about it, but not everybody.
Like if somebody like trips and hits a rock, like, or they say, "Damn, I couldn't go to the store today because my car broke down," and I'd be like, "Damn, that's gay." You know, like I do think that that's like a funny context to say some shit like that because you wouldn't expect it. And it becomes funny.
Also, it's clearly not directed at the homosexual community.
Yeah.
One of my PE teachers' last name was actually Gay. You know?
Yeah.
So that was kind of weird.
I had a principal name that with their last name Gaylord.
Yeah.
You can imagine in a
like
school,
a restaurant in Vegas.
Yeah, it like in a school full of nothing but
wasn't
middle
that
schoolers.
Wasn't that
Yikes!
Meet the Fockers? Wasn't his name?
The Fockers.
Gaylord.
I think so. Gaylord Focker.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. The CIA agent dad was looking up his MCATs. Like, he never passed the MCATs. It's like, did you look at the right person? No, he didn't look up the right person because my name's Gaylord. It's like, well, I can understand why he said that to himself.
Yeah. I don't know. That's like a cursed. That's like a cursed last name.
Yeah.
Gaylord. Like, where does that last name even?
Do you know what I was watching the other day?
It's got to come from the UK.
You know what I was watching the other day, and it caught me by surprise. I was watching the original Predator film. And there's a bit in the Predator film where they're in the helicopter and they're flying into the area of operation. There's a guy who's
just slack shot.
Yeah, he's chewing on the tobacco, and he's
great scene.
And he's offering people like the chewing tobacco. He's like, "This will turn you into a fucking sexual tyrannosaurus, you f words that don't want to take." I was like, but like hearing it in like obviously it's like 86, I think it was filmed. Like having that word in like a what was like a top-notch but like high budget cinematic was turned into a sci-fi masterpiece, obviously.
So Gaylord is of Old French and Norman origin, derived from the word Gaylord. It translates to joyful, high-spirited, lively, or strong. Wow, that's where Gaylord comes from, guys. So I'm a total Gaylord. That was a joke,
well,
guys. You're supposed to laugh.
You should. You should look at. You should look at the etymology of my name. My name's Foley, Foley, my surname. If you look at the etymology of that name, and now tell me that gay people haven't brought that, like Gaylord with respect to gay is
wait, etymology of what?
Foley, Foley. It's my surname, my family name.
Oh, etymology of Foley.
Yeah.
And what if it said it comes from homosexual descent?
Nope.
Folly?
Ley.
Ley. I did that and it keeps trying to.
Foley. Yeah.
It keeps trying to correct it. Look. Etymology of Foley surname. The surname Foley is primarily an Irish origin. From the Gaelic, it stems from the old Gaelic personal fahala, which translates to plunder, raider, or pirate.
Yeah.
Yeah, my man's a pirate. Arg, matey.
Arg,
matey.
Yeah, if you scroll down, it gives sort of been rapists.
Damn! Don't want that. Shit. Damn. Expedient. Well.
Also Irish royalty. Not that that gets you anything these days.
Royalty, smoralty. What'd I say? What did you think about the Queen when she passed away?
Very sad, actually. I'm not a royalist in the like in the same way as most conservatives are. I tend to think of the royal family as like a figurehead or a flag, like or like a figurehead on a ship. It
So
doesn't
you
add
wouldn't
anything.
you wouldn't want like there to be like kings and queens that are like royal ruling over like everybody else and like.
Let's put it this way: like, if Prince Andrew was any other person, like any other guy, like Joe Schmo in the street, he'd have been buried under the prison decades ago. The protections that are offered them, I don't agree with at all. But the notion that the family is a figurehead, as like the monarchy is like there's some sentimental value attached to it, and also fiscally they're kind of they don't really cost us money because of the money that they generate with respect to the estates and stuff like that. Also the tourism that's generated, whilst they probably do cost a bit of money. I mean, the NHS budget is £269 billion a year. Like, you know, our welfare state is now, for the first time in history, in excess of income tax. Like, we spend more on our benefit system than we generate in income taxes, and people are whining about, you know, a few couple £100 million a year for the royal family. It's the notion that they're kind of like a better type of person is wrong, and I don't agree with. But the historical value that they have, they're kind of like a living museum, you know.
Yeah. I guess I can see some value in that. I know Alex O'Connor is a huge like proponent against the against the monarchy, but I mean, it's an interesting idea.
Yeah,
I mean, it's weird that like this thing that you have very much tied to like old ancient tradition is still going on today, where like back then like the bloodline and things of that nature was like super fucking important.
The thing is, the buildings, like, if you like, the French had royalty, you know, and if you go and visit the French like country homes and the old French palaces and stuff, and they're dead. Like, they're not living. It's like a fossil. Whereas like Buckingham Palace is still it's a living, breathing entity. You know, the Scots Guard still guard it to this day, and they are you know, it's like it is like the figurehead on a ship. Like, can you imagine if how a sailor would respond? Like, monarchy be damned. Like, how do you think an American sailor would respond if somebody climbed up the mast pole, pulled down the American flags, put it on the deck, and started stamping on it?
He'd probably get his ass kicked.
They would throw you overboard, you know? And so just because the monarchy is comprised of like living people, it's no less a symbol, you know?
Oh, I see now. I see what you're saying. So it's kind of like, it's not even necessarily like the benefit that they bring. It's just more so this is like symbolizing our tradition and history.
Exactly. Yeah. And again, like, obviously the problem is that these living people who are inerrant and who are not inerrant, they are capable of error, and they are obviously afforded a huge amount of protection by the state. I would eliminate the criminal protections entirely. Like, you know, if somebody gave me the opportunity to kick the ever-loving shit out of Prince Andrew, I'd be first in the queue, because I think he's done a massive disservice to the monarchy. He could kill it. He could destroy it. He could be the beginning of the end for the British monarchy.
Well, I do think that stuff is pretty interesting, though. Like, it's like, you know, like from an American's point of view, I only ever see shit like that in movies. So whenever you're telling me that there are these like armored men that are like standing outside of a castle and still guarding it and you know, holding up these traditions, it's kind of crazy, because then it's essentially like you can if you go see that, it's almost like you're watching a living, breathing movie. You know, it's like a theatrical thing.
People treat the Scots Guard outside of the palaces as if they're like ornamental. They're not. I mean, there's obviously a lot of pomp and pageantry that's going on here, but they are soldiers. The rifles they carry are loaded, and the swords that they have edges to them. They are soldiers.
Yeah, I've seen videos of people coming up and fucking with them and getting fucked up.
Oh yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Like, it's no different. Like, can you imagine, like, on a military base, like walking up to like an MP or a guard standing post and like fucking about with his cap or his hat or his insignia? he would slap the fuck out of you, and justifiably so. So why the fuck would you do it to a Scots Guard stood outside of Parliament?
Yeah.
Or stood outside Buckingham Palace?
Why don't they just have robots? Why don't they have robots doing it, you know? But, well, there goes Defreak. But yeah, why don't you just have robots doing it, and then they can just handle it? You know, have a robot Scots Guard.
It's the ones with the horses that always amaze me. Like, you know, there's massive signs all over the place that say "Don't grab the reins." Like, there's a big box painted on the floor. Don't stand inside the box. There's signs everywhere. Don't grab the reins. Like, the bit is in the horse's mouth, and it's what the soldier uses to direct the horse, like left, right, forwards, backwards. You know, if you grab that thing, that's kind of like reaching inside the open wheel of a police car, grabbing the steering wheel, and just fucking it about all over the place.
Yeah.
Like, it's the same thing.
I know, you know? It's like from a utilitarian perspective, these traditions seems like they serve less utility on the whole. Like you know, you would imagine it would be very well protected using like some other means or manner of doing it besides like getting on top of a fucking horse and trotting along. But it's just like there's still some sort of utility. There's still some utility being had there though through the tradition, you know.
Well, obviously, you know, with respect to the Scots Guard, they were originally a mounted regiment. But the other thing that is probably worth bearing in mind with respect to the most likely thing that they're going to encounter, the Scots Guard themselves, other than some kind of terrorist attack, is probably going to be a crowd control function. Yeah. And if you're going to be engaging in crowd control, you definitely want to be on top of a stroppy fucking warhorse. You know, that's the best place to be.
Or a car.
Yeah, no, you can't. You can't, like, a horse can pirouette on the spot. Like a well-trained horse is has much more utility.
Just get fucking very strong scooters.
Yeah.
Three-wheeled scooters. Very sturdy.
As far as I'm concerned, we can get rid of the monarchy when they swap out the war horses for segways.
Yeah, like an armored Segway. There you go.
Segway.
Like, just imagine you have like a riot shield on the front of it, and you just plowing through the crowd.
Definitely not.
Yeah, hey, that's how you handle crowd control right there, and just have you a little musket on the side, and you can just poke, you know, just poke around. No one's gonna have guns, so fuck it.
Can you imagine that? Just tally ho, chaps, and then you just get the aggressive whir of electric motors all firing up.
Why not? Fuck it. Look, we're living in the future.
Small, my friends.
We're living in the future. Why not? Look, like I don't know if you ever seen Vampire Hunter D, but like in that world, they have let's see, Vampire Hunter D mecha horse, or it's like a robot horse. But in that world, they fucking have like these. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I guess this will work. I'll pull up on stream if you're still looking at my stream.
Yeah, I've got it at the window.
Yeah, but yeah, they have shit like that. It's like that's an entirely mechanical horse.
For some reason, it's running about 20 seconds behind for me. For some reason, so you have to give it back. Yeah,
you might.
Really laggy compared to the Discord. Oh, there we go. Shit. Yeah, it's popped up now.
Yeah, like it's like a fucking mechanical horse. Yeah, imagine if they had those, or just, you know, not a real horse, just a mechanical horse. I mean, I'm sure it would be prone to like malfunction and shit. Probably go around like kicking people randomly, but it's a price worth to be paid. If it means protecting the queen.
Well, I mean,
or the monarchy.
Well, obviously we've got Charles at the moment, who actually did a lot. He mended a lot of fences that, you know, Keir Starmer pissed on and kicked down with respect to international relations recently. You know, obviously King Charles obviously endeared himself to Trump, which has obviously helped. Since Trump is very ego-driven, Charles managed to go over there and criticize him, but criticize him in a funny way, which obviously Trump is more likely to accept than Keir Starmer like lecturing him from not even not even from his high horse, from his piss pot. But my personal position is I think Charles should abdicate. I think he should let William step up. In terms of what William represents, he's young family, married. He was a not just a military rescue helicopter pilot, but also operated in civilian life as a rescue helicopter pilot as well. Just he as like a symbol just is better, and he doesn't seem to have like the trauma and the baggage of like all of the rumor and the myth around what happened with Charles and Diana and all that sort of crap.
I was gonna say, sorry, I did not mean to be like I wasn't trying to be rude to cut you off or anything, but I was gonna say I'm probably
I was done.
Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna end the stream. And then I'm probably going to start up another one for maybe an hour or so. And because I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours. But before I go to bed, I might stream a little bit, me making some music. So I'm probably going to like end this stream and then start another one.
I'm gonna barbecue tonight anyway for like family, kids, etc.
Yeah, I'll still have the chat up. Yeah, I'll still have the chat up. So like once I change streams, if you ever see me in there, you could just like obviously I wouldn't have anybody in a voice call just because I won't be able to talk and do that stuff at the same time. But that being said, I'm definitely gonna like make some music.
Yeah. Well, and like obviously, if you stream again in the future, Josie, give me a shout. I'll definitely join you. Like if I'm free again.
Yeah, for sure. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what I'm wanting to do. I know I've been itching to make some music, which I was working on some stuff. I can actually play it for you guys.
Also, obviously it's Father's Day tomorrow, so if I don't see any of you, dads and not dads included, just be good examples.
Happy Father's Day for sure.
Happy Father's Day. Be good boys.
If you see the stream I opened up in Discord, you can watch the song that I was working on. Let's see. Phantom's in here. Can you see it, John? Should be. Yeah. Should just say watch stream. Are you in it?
Oh, no, wait. No, sorry, what am I looking at?
So in the Discord chat, there should be a thing that says
watch Discord. Sorry, in the Discord chat, I see.
Yeah,
sorry, I was looking at the YouTube bit. Maximize this. There we go.
It's a little bit of D&B type stuff, drum and bass.
I'm in the Arena Discord. Is that the right one?
No, yeah, that's the right one. It's our voice chat right now. There should be a little thing in our voice chat. If you go to the voice channels and then you hit general, and then there should be a button that says watch stream. Like I'm streaming it from the voice chat.
Oh, no, I'm not getting that button for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Can you see my YouTube screen? Like on YouTube?
I didn't even know you had a YouTube.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I've got it there.
Yeah. So if you go to this voice channel, like right here on the side, you can click on. Oh yeah, now you're in. I heard it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, I was just gonna show you my this song I was working on. Are you guys able to hear that?
Yeah.
Cool. Back around. Yeah.
I need to go back to Berlin.
You need to get back to what?
Berlin. Doesn't matter.
Oh.
Thought it was saying something about the song reminded of a Berlin. I don't know. It's in Berlin, but
yeah. Some epic clubs are in Berlin.
Oh yeah, so it was club music. Yeah. I know this was like old, like D&B, like this. I guess this style would be like liquid D&B stuff. Like,
well, I never managed to get into Bergheim in Berlin, but there's a club in Berlin. One of my favorites. It's called Tresor, and it's in the old east, like the Russian side of Berlin, and it's in an old like Soviet power station. And one of the main decks is in one of the cooling towers. It's like open air inside one of the cooling towers. The way you get into it is because they've basically broken a hole through the concrete wall. There's like old rebar poking through it. Like, it's fucking proper industrial. It's nuts.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard some stuff. I was listening to some music and I was hearing some stuff, and it got me like, especially like Adult Swim. I don't know, like the stuff they've been posting on their YouTube is very inspirational, and it got my gears turning. I was like, I need to make something like this, and so I got a couple samples, messed around with them, you know, making them sound pretty good. But I mean, I want to get into making like music that isn't just, oh, this is cool, this makes me dance. I like you know, very emotional, big sad boy music.
Yeah.
Shit that makes you cry.
Makes you cry, man. Trickle down one's face. Yeah. That EM Tongi, the one definitely gets me. You know, it's stuff like that is really like proper gut punch, to be honest.
I feel like music has like is one thing that can consistently elicit like an emotion in me for sure. Like especially if it's like sad music. It has like just that particular, like there's that song. I don't know if it's really a sad song, but it's more of like it does feel a little bit emotional, but it's that song Walt Grace by what's his name? Fuck. Why am I forgetting his name?
Well, it doesn't matter. It elicits an emotional response, but it's how I know I'm not a sociopath.
Yeah. By John Mayer. Sorry. Walt Grace Submarine Test. Yeah. He's got that one. That one's really good. Another one is Stop This Train by John Mayer. That one gets me every time. Because it's just a song about getting old and, you know, your family's getting old and shit.
The Disturbed cover of Sound of Silence always does me good.
Hurt by the 9 Inch Nails cover that Johnny Cash did.
Yeah.
That one's emotional for sure.
You know, and it's not an emotional thing, but it's something that I just like. I feel it for some reason. I don't know, not in like a sad sense, but it was all along the Watchtower. Just like it just activates me for some reason. When I hear that, it wakes me up. You know, it gets me going. You know, not like a jump up and down kind of way, but just I can't quite describe it. But yeah, it's just.
Yeah, there's this song by a band called The Story So Far. They have a song called Clairvoyant. And it's a weird, like very unique song. So unique, dude. It's like one of those beautiful, unique songs. Again, another tearjerker.
Yeah. I like Britney Spears too.
Britney Spears.
What's it not?
Let's see.
Hit me, baby, one more time. Just for all the pederasts in the wind. Cool. Well, I am gonna have to go. Otherwise, my wife is gonna lose shit with me after this.
All right. Yeah. I like I said, I'm gonna end the stream, but if I so choose, I'll probably start it up again and make some music. But I will see everyone on stream later.
Catch you later. Thanks for hanging. It's been good.
All right. See you, man.